Hello and welcome back. You know what time it is. It's time for D&D with cartoons, and of course that means murders. Anyway, before we get started, let's just introduce ourselves and the players, because we have quite a few today. From top to bottom in the chat, if you can introduce yourself and your character.
Hello everyone, I am CartoonKitsune, and I will be playing as your local spirit medium, Sylph.
Yes, good. Yes. We love her.
We do.
She is here, she is ready for this.
Is she?
Glad someone is.
I'm glad somebody is.
Albie, could you introduce yourself, buddy?
Yes.
Real quick.
Hi, it's me, Arts Obsessions, and also known as Abby, and today I'm playing Scru, McCodger. It's gonna be lots of fun. I'm nervous.
Hello, nervous.
And I'm Samaranth. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, I was making a dad joke. Please go again. Sorry, Sam.
Oh, no worries. And I'm Samaranth, and I'll be playing Griffin Left, legendary lawyer, original character, do not steal, and... yes.
Hooray, hooray, hooray. So, very, very quickly, actually a lot's happened. If you're here and you don't know what's happened, I really recommend you go and find out what's happened, because so much happened that even I'm not sure what happened, you know? It gets to be a lot. It gets to be a lot running games like this. However, I am going to make a very small amendment, because if you look in the dice rolling channel at all the bullshit I posted about how I fucked up the very end of the game, and it was so easy to avoid. Because, Sylph, you were very clever because you used the pneumatic tube delivery system. You sent something from the Jester's room up to Chuck's room, did you not?
Yes, I do believe it was one of the disembodied doll heads that were lying around there.
So we're gonna retroactively stick in something, like the post editing team on this movie were like, this is terrible, we need to make this make more sense. Oh, I know. So Nick, this is your payment for sticking your arm down a dirty drain pipe and paying 10 gold for a cantrip to get clean. Still, I'm never gonna let you forget that. But you turned around.
Right, I did that.
After discovering that the pneumatic tube delivery in Chuck's room did not deliver anything. And you're thinking, oh, that's very strange, I shall go downstairs. And you turn around and you see something sticking out of the drain pipe. Because the drain pipe is connected to the pneumatic delivery system. That's all I had to fucking do. We didn't need the professor puzzle, and I fucked that one up. So that's basically what happened, and that was the last clue that you discovered. And then you were like, oh shit, it's nearly sunrise. We have to get back to court because sunrise is the deadline. So you have hurtled back to the court in the, whatever I called it, OJ Squeezy 6000, with our very bootleg
before they do that...
Oh, yes! You are taking over the game.
A little something happens beforehand.
I'm gonna shut up, so please play my game for me. That would be great.
You're so valid, Mod. So a little something does happen. Basically, Ida and Griff are kind of like waiting outside the Hyakuza headquarters as Skim and Scam are prepping the cart to hightail it back to court. But as the two of them are waiting for all the preparations and whatnot, a little something happens, doesn't it, Sam?
It does indeed. There is sort of a faint... It starts to sort of a faint noise, noise as something comes essentially out of the tree line, moving exceptionally fast, directly at Griffin and Ida. It looks sort of like a miniature rocket ship, and it is bearing down on the two of us. I would like us both to make dexterity saving throws.
Oh boy!
This is great. I'm the DM and I'm not even making them do anything. This is so much fun if you incur damage.
That is a 9 from Ida.
Hey, Griff. Griffin dodges it. But
I'm amazed that, for once, the slapstick isn't hitting Griff, it's hitting Ida instead.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny, because Ida, this wasn't going to hit you. And then Griff, in diving out of the way, it diverts its course to try to hit Griffin specifically, and kind of clips you as a result. I'm
imagining she does like the thing where like she spins and plays it a few times, and then she's kind of stumbling around with dizzy eyes, and she goes up. Did anyone get the license plate on that rocket?
And I'm gonna give you 4 points of damage. I'm very sorry.
Can we die before you get back to court? Let's see.
She's fine, don't worry.
But anyway, so as this thing, Mrs. Griffin sort of clips the side of Ida. As Griffin sort of dives out of the way, it kind of slams into the ground. Fairly hard. There's kind of like it kicks up gravel in a lot of directions. And comes to a rest. And it's just sort of sitting there now, embedded in the ground a little bit as this sort of like cylindrical device that is what's left of that ship. And as it's sitting there... Oh, go ahead.
Ida's just staring at this thing like, what the heck?
So out of the sort of like crater that this thing has created, rising upwards is a somewhat familiar paper airplane that comes up and bonks Griffin in the head, and is seemingly used to target him with this device. And while he's distracted by that, the top of the cylinder that is remaining starts to open, to reveal inside this device there is what looks like a silvery sort of mirror set into the base of it. And mounted above that is sort of a tripod-like series of arms holding up a prism. And those arms start to rotate, slowly at first and then quite fast. And a light is emitted from the mirror, goes into the prism and is sort of split. And a image appears. A three-dimensional image, sort of flickering a bit and translucent, of a Toonkind woman in a lab coat, bandana around her neck, goggles on her head, shock of sort of brown hair, smiling widely with the side of her face that she is capable of smiling with, and she begins to speak. She says, "Did somebody say it sure would be convenient to have a way to allow someone to participate in the conversation as if they were in a particular room without them having to physically be in the room in order to exploit a loophole in the quote-unquote legal code of a criminal organization? Because if so, that's incredibly convenient. But if not, I bet it can still be helpful. So, behold, the power of science. This here is the Acromatic long-range two-way holographic communication contraption." Anyway, this pre-recorded message is intended for Griffin Left and Ida Sylph of Left and/or Sylph & Co. law offices. If that's not you, something has gone catastrophically wrong. And I'd really appreciate it if you could try and track them down. I'll owe you one. But assuming that this is you, which I'm going to do, I've taken the liberty of delivering the other end of this device to someone who will probably be much more helpful than me in a courtroom setting. I'll turn this over to her now. Say hi to Delta for me, okay? Thanks for giving me a hand here. Oh, and Woodling. Say hi to him, too. I really need to talk to him about a modification to the packs. I really think it decreases the energy and expenditure in them. Anyway, if you can make it really clear I specifically don't say hi to Scru, I'd appreciate it. Good luck.
Amazing.
And then the figure vanishes. And then the arms of the tripod slow down, and then they pick back up again, and a new image appears.
Yes, and I do believe this image is of a woman that both Griff and Ida will know very well. She has this long brown hair, and she's wearing sort of like a robe very similar to the one Ida is wearing. But she does look quite a bit older than Ida. And interestingly enough, her hair has this sort of very interesting style. It's sort of this like 2 little hair loopies. And I think once the image comes on, the woman looks a little surprised for a moment, and she says, "Oh, it's working now. Ida's that you? Sis?" And Ida just like scrambles up to the image.
Iona?
Hello there, you two. I suppose this device is working now. Sis, what the heck? Oh my god, you're here? Or wait, is that Opal's body you're in? Yes, it is. She decided to channel me earlier as sort of a protective measure. I assume she believed it would be a bit safer if I were in control in case, someone were to come to the village at the moment. The good news is though that Detective Flatfoot and a few of the police are stationed in the village at the moment, so they are keeping an eye on things here. I've only heard a little bit about what's going on with the two of you. Are the both of you unharmed? It's a bit of a long story, sis, but it's great that you're here, though.
Yeah, we're okay. We have a bit of a tough trial going on. If we lose, we are going to be in a organized crime family for the rest of our life, but that's not important.
Hey, you might get a...
Yeah, oh my god, it is... it's incredible to... I mean, having your help would be incredible if that is something that is possible.
Actually,
it's great to see you.
Yeah, because, I mean, I might have to do a channeling once we get back to court, but if you could be there, like, with Griff, and I think the woman on the screen, Iona Sylph, thinks for a moment, and she says, on the one hand, I do recall saying that I had taught you all that I know, and that you didn't need me anymore. But on the other hand, it sounds like you're in a rather unfair situation at the moment, so I don't mind providing a little bit of extra help if you need it.
Yeah. We are going to accuse the judge of murder, and I really don't know how that's going to work. This is not a normal situation.
Yeah, I think she blinks in surprise a couple of times, and she says, so it's that bad, is it?
Yeah.
And I think now is probably the point where either before or after getting on the cart, either way, we kind of do like a cut to like them explaining everything to her and getting her caught up. I will note when they get to the part about the failed channeling and the fact that they suspected the jester, intentionally threw Ida off to make her fail at it. Griff, you will notice that she has this very pleasant smile on her face, but it's the kind of smile somebody has where, like, they are just, like, they're about to beat somebody's ass, but they are just, like, holding their composure together. She just says, oh, is that so? Interesting.
I do think Griffin is also just going to, like, present every individual piece of evidence to Iona. Just...
Yeah, that might be best done, like, on the journey, because you are a little way off from the unfair, because you cannot spell funfair without unfair. Thank you for pointing that out to me. And, time is ticking away. Skim and Scam have seen so much weird shit, they're not even particularly perturbed by this. Compared to a goddess turning up and recreating a tower, yeah, this is normal. This is just, like, normal everyday activity. They are presently more occupied with whispering fervently to one another on the way back.
Can we roll like a perception to see if we can overhear what they're saying?
Definitely. Asking whether you would be paying attention while you're telling your sister this information, but yes, absolutely you can.
That is true.
Maybe Griffin
one
would.
of us can,
Yeah, Griff,
or...
I feel would. Yeah, go on. Be a
Griffin's
sneaky guy.
nosy enough.
Be sneaky. Let's get these dice rolling. Gotta roll some dice.
What is your perception, Mr. Left? Oh yeah, right. It's
Yep.
it's
Yep,
that
they are
because of-
very conspiratorial. Oh, no, I thought that 4 was your roll. It's 14. I think that you keep getting little snatches of it. 15 was a pass, basically, but 14 you start, like, picking up every other word, especially as you get closer because the speed of the mechanical device, whatever the hell it is you're riding, it's like a factory on wheels. It does make a hell of a noise as well. And you keep hearing things like, we can't, but it might actually be our only chance, so we might as well. Yeah, you can, but I'm definitely not. Not today. Not this year. Not ever.
Interesting. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And you are rapidly approaching. Is there anything else you would like to talk about before we arrive?
I mean, I think Griff will try and take a little bit of a backseat. Like, Iona and Ida don't get to talk very often, especially because, like, it's usually only one of them there. So he'd prefer to let them talk more, if that would be possible. But
Yeah. I think Ida definitely has like even more of a confidence boost, like just being able to talk to her sister, especially about the failed channeling. I think you overhear Iona giving her like a few words of encouragement.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you what, for that, on your next roll, you're going to get a +4. Just, like, as a gift from your sister's support. I feel like, I don't know if Felicita has bardic inspiration, but, like, this is, like, an emotional connection as well as a spiritual one. I feel like naturally that would give you some sort of advantage on the next roll that you make.
Mm-hmm.
See, I can be nice too.
All right. Appreciate it.
Speaking of nice, we're there. The party is getting started. Or it should, because, sun is coming up, and there is a Yakuza member outside of the tent, keeping a very close eye on that, because, when that sun is more than halfway up over the horizon, then you guys are officially employees. So you can imagine this gorilla's immense disappointment when he sees you hurtling over the horizon, and he waves a hand, and this trio of weasels who had already started, like, getting the measuring tapes and the pinstripe fabric just slouch off and kick, like, a can off to the side, because, like, cut out of our pay, you know? Hey, you mooks want to get inside? The boss is kind of getting bored in there. You don't want to see him when it's bored.
I wouldn't hate having a second suit. But anyway, yes.
Nah, I don't think the pinstripes would work well with your figure, Griff.
That's true.
Real quick, as we're entering, can I do a fun little thing? Because Ida has thaumaturgy, and I think it'd be kind of neat to kind of announce our arrival back.
Please, fanfare. Make the flags flutter. Do whatever you want, honey. Just make it fabulous.
Absolutely. Alright, so yeah, she casts thaumaturgy. I think she's the thing where like she puts like 2 fingers to her throat and like that projects her voice out into the tent. And she says, Ladies and gentlemen, Yakuza of all ages, please put your hands together for the triumphant return of the Turnabout Terror himself, Griffin Left!
You are met with a sort of applause? Like, there's a lot of booing. There's a lot of booing for applause, so you better work it as you're walking in.
Yeah. I think Griffin will set down this massive thing he is carrying on next to the defense bench so that Iona can stand with them.
It's not like the whole rocket, though, is it? Is it just like the little mirror part, or...?
Oh no, it's like there's a whole bunch of like machine stuff under the mirror. Like he's carrying a massive thing. It was very cramped on the ride over.
And again, nobody even questions this. They're more concerned with the fact that, they got back in time. Nah! And you can tell, like, everyone's been kind of, like, it was fun to start with. But this was a midnight trial. Everybody is cranky. They want to go home. They want to go to bed. These are toons, dude. They want nap time.
I I have a bit to suggest, Mod.
Please.
Do you think there's a
give
number
me
of
the
them
bit.
exchanging coins as they lost their bet?
Yes, of course. Like there was like actually like odds barkers as you were leaving, if you remember. And of course, there's a one person in this room who is very fond of betting, and even though Delta is at present on a high wire balancing over a paddling pool which somehow contains a shark and nobody thinks this is anything but expected, he does like this sort of one-handed yes, because he's got like one of those balancing poles, and someone just throws the coinage that he's won at him in an attempt to knock him off. He's just like so I'm gonna roll dexterity for that. What the hell is your dexterity? What do you mean I don't have your character sheet open? I have all of the others apart from this guy. Sure, why not? Oh good, it's only
I mean,
a
it's
plus
Delta.
3.
He has to be a bit of an ass even when it comes to his
It's only a
character
plus
sheet.
3. This should be fun. It's roll d20 plus 3. Please be right. Fuck, I always get it wrong.
It'll be the exclamation point. You're good.
Oh, it's that one. Thank you. Every fucking week. Oh, 14. That's not great. I mean, like, I feel like he drops.
Could be worse.
He catches one of the bags, he catches another one of the bags, but of course things come in threes, and the last one just hits him square in the forehead, and he falls from this high wire, but he has feather fall and drifts slowly to the floor. The shark is sort of tapping his fin on the side of the paddling pool, like, come on, just get
Bag
down
of
here.
coins.
The
The last bag of coins hits the shark.
The third bag of coins is the shark! I don't even need to be here. It's perfect. Anyway, thank you for the suggestion, Scru, because you've basically been holding the fort here. Like, Scru really is an unsung hero, being crabby and stubborn and used to legal shit, causing it mostly, but also defending himself. Scru has been fighting a very valiant battle while our troop has been away investigating the crime scene. Scru, I want you to make me a roll. You can choose which if you argue well as to what it is. It can be intelligence, it can be wisdom. Just to give us a general sense of how well Scru has been doing while our team has been away.
Alright, I gotta look over this.
Yeah, you've got a lot of things. While you're looking at that, I will describe what's happening with the engineer and Woodlick, because they're up to shit too. In their own way, they are helping. The engineer is currently T-posing and has been stalling time because, of course, they were like, we have to strip search you, we have to take all of your weapons. And he's like, fine. He has been stood there the entire time. His hammer space is just like endless pile of arsenal that is just building up next to him. And
There are so many knives.
so many
saw blades.
There are bear traps, there are circular saws. There was a bomb and they had to like pass that to each other and throw it outside before it went off. So yeah, this comically large pile of weapons is ever increasing. Next to him, Woodlig appears to be mauling Noxum, but Noxum is this robotic fox and is sitting very patiently whilst Woodlig goes absolutely haywire in his brain. He seems to be rummaging about in this fox's mind.
That's one way to pick
Amazing.
someone's brain.
Delightful. I am looking at all of the options I have to roll. Can I roll intimidation, actually? Do a charisma
Yes.
instead of...
Perfect.
Yeah.
That works wonderfully. Please and you have to give us an example. I will give you that.
I mean...
Yeah.
Here,
Like,
I will roll it and then I'll
let's
see.
Yeah. Because if you gave like the speech of the century and it's a 6, that's a 6.
Oh man!
It's a tough crowd. Really tough crowd.
Yeah, they're more used to the intimidation that the jester gives off. Screw's method of intimidation is more subtle. It's more of a presence in the room, but the jester's taking up a lot of that presence right now.
I mean, do you want to give us a little spiel, or shall I describe what the jester's presence in the room is? Because it is, gloomy.
I'm just imagining Screw just kind of like hunched over his cane, just like glowering at everyone.
Yeah, old man lecture. Old man lecture is what they're getting, and honestly,
Old man lecture.
and a lot of the Yakuza joined the Yakuza because they were lectured when they were youngsters and they didn't enjoy it. These are tearaways, these are vagabonds, these are ruffians, and there's also the Jester who's less fun than that. And for all he's a guy who makes a big deal about enjoying fun and being funny, yeah, sure, you wish. He is just like this cloud of malevolence right now because he looks bored. And those of you who know anything about the Jester will know that there is nothing more dangerous than when this man is bored. And he's been very fair, and you have to be in Yakuza, of course, because everything that's a rule has to be followed through. That's what Nitpick is there for. Everybody's so happy about that. And yeah, he's just there, slouched in his chair, drumming his fingers on the side of his massive throne under his stupid wig. He is just miserable. And the fact that you guys showed up on time, it's like he's torn. He's like kind of delighted that something has finally fucking happened. But he was kind of hoping to just like win without you getting back. So he's like, oh, hooray! Homeward come the merry band of heroes. Please save us from this doggedly dark and die.
We'll see what we can do.
As you enter, there's a sort of, we did it! They're empty! And the Yakuza that are emptying the engineer's pockets are like, hallelujah! Because they've reached bedrock. There is nothing left. And the engineer has basically stopped the Hammer Space Gang because you guys got by. He was like, oh, hello! What took you so long?
Oh.
Let's just say we found a few interesting things there at the crime scene.
Oh, well, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. I object. To what? Says the Jester. Just like, what are you objecting to? What could possibly...
The engineer is nowhere near disarmed, owing to the presence of the beast's jaw, hands, feet.
Oh. Yes, that's a very good point. Chop them off. No,
I more or less suggest an alternative method, considering the rules of the Yakuza court are not to harm the defense, as tempting as it may be.
Oh, the prosecution for that. Okay. Do we have one of those scrolls in the back? You know the ones. And your friend the gorilla who's walked in with you is like, oh yeah, we've got some of those, boss. And picks up the engineer by the scruff of the neck, who is just like, what? carried off stage. He's like, what is that? Oh no, you're not gonna. And there's a and the engineer is brought back. And for a second you don't think anything much has changed, but then you're like, oh wait, he is a little bit smaller than he was. In fact, he's very much smaller. Some people may remember the stuffed toy form
Oh my gosh!
of the engineer.
Oh my gosh!
There are these magical scrolls that are loose in Anquel, thanks to the Jester, part of his previous job, in fact, that turn people into toys. And your little friend is dropped on the desk, and he sits very grumpily with his arms crossed. He's like, well, I hope you're happy.
Yeah.
On the one hand, Ida knows it's like, this isn't like, you know, a great situation for the engineer, but on the other hand, oh, he's so small and fuzzy.
The first
He's
person that makes a joke about getting stuffed will get stuffed. Anyway, you were saying about new evidence?
Oh, we have a good deal of new evidence. Don't worry about that. We got our time's worth, I would say.
Okay. And I kind of want to like ask how you would like to do this, because the Jester will allow you 10 or 5 minutes, probably actually, adjournment, so that your team can catch up with each other. On the other hand, the rest of the court will also be informed of new evidence because Skim and Scam were there for that very purpose.
I assume they show off the pictures they took, including the one of the building itself having been rebuilt.
Yeah, there is like a slack-jawed sort of silence when the description of what happens, and Skim and Scam are put in a zone of truth, and they swear that all of this is true, the fact that the tower was rebuilt by a goddess. And Delta, who has come down from his high wire and is just like sitting behind the desk, is just like, huh? What? She did? Like, she turned up?
She did!
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
we were pretty surprised too.
Actually, literally, oh my goddess, what?
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, girl.
And it's like doing a big thumbs up at the ceiling.
Even Screw's eyebrows have raised a little.
Uh-huh. Interesting, the Jester
Okay.
is just kind of like, well, that's very interesting.
And we roll an insight on him.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
I would love to roll insight.
You can roll insight on, like, the court, if you like after you've updated them on all of this evidence. I feel like both deserve, like, I can answer it for the same roll, it's fine.
Hey, that's a 19 for Mita.
Yeah, that was very good, nice.
Also,
Jeez
just-
Louise, I forgot about this dude's modifier.
For the sake of it, I think Griffin, like, he would have shown the pipe to Skim and Scam. I don't think he would have told them what the pipe that he got from the side of the building was.
Okay, mysterious gross pipe is added to the court record.
That's funny.
With
That's
recent
really
welding. Recent welding. And some of the Hyukus aren't very bright and they're staring at this pipe going, my mood's very, oh, you're very serious. I know what that is. It's such bullshit. Okay, I'm actually going to
That's
take this
funny.
as a group roll. So I'm going with,
Oh, no.
I'm just going to, like, stick it at 15. Just working, like, a kind of average between those.
Well, one of those is a nat 1 from Screw.
Oh shit! Then you nearly got
Despite
away
the
with
plus
it
10
too.
modifier.
You nearly got away with it too. That's a dunker. Oh my god, that changes
man.
things.
I have to be fair.
Oh,
It's a
yeah.
dunker.
Bless your soul. Okay, that actually shooks it back down to a 10.
I think I may have to. I can give like the flavor of why it's such a dunker. Freaking, he's not showing it, but by golly, the engineer being a plushie is really funny to him.
Oh my god. And he kind of makes it worse because the engineer, when he's thinking, likes to pace, and every single fucking time he takes a step, it's like. So he's got little squeaky feet.
I love that.
It's just so fucking cute. So yeah, I mean, even Woodlings is like. So yeah, very very amusing. Yeah, a 10. We would have got a read on the audience for a 10 anyway, because they are not disguising anything, and it's very much a pantomime atmosphere. Every time you give a piece of evidence, there's lots of oohs. No way! How did they do that? That's crazy, man. So everybody's like very here for the story, especially because they were bored as fuck. Some people have put on nightcaps, like little pinstripe nightcaps, and have pillows and shit. You know, like, it's turned into a kind of a slumber party since you've been gone. Like, the popcorn has been exchanged for hot chocolate and, like, cookies. It's really rather homely. You are not offered any, sorry. The
Of course.
Jester is completely unreadable. For a 10, you don't understand anything that's going on in that man's mind, and it's probably healthier for you that it is that way. Anyway,
I mean, I think,
all of the
like,
evidence that you found has been added to the court record, and boy, there was a lot of it. I'm gonna stick up a couple of things in dice rolling. I did give the players these after last game. If I missed something, I'm really sorry. I did the best I could.
Yeah, I double checked, and I think that's pretty much it. We also have like our own like little notes document too, so
that's
it's
fine.
from what I could tell, that should be everything relevant.
Cool, good.
Um,
Sweats and
do
DM.
you have the? Do you have the? Oh yeah, yes, you do.
Yeah, I mean, if I've made a mistake, call me out. but I'm doing my best, man. I'm just doing. I just work here now. Anyway,
You're doing amazing, Mod.
You've given all of this information to Scru as well. Scru, how are you dealing with this new influx of information after having suffered here for probably 2.5 hours, 3 hours with nothing to work with, and then they've come back with this?
Frickin', this is... The feeling can be equated to when he found his first gold nugget.
Ooh, that's big.
Ah, nice.
Big goose egg nugget. Oh my goodness, that's emotional. Oh, what a throwback.
Uh-huh. Cause like there wasn't a lot of hope before, but now there kinda is a little bit. A small strand of hope.
Okay, so I'm gonna say that Skim and Scam have just finished. It's like when Dick Gumshoe reiterates what's happened. So they're wrapping up. The Jester is making a note of how well they've detailed all of the evidence that they've collected. That yes, the Jester will remember that. And because of that, I want you guys to decide what happens next. How would you like to approach your defense? What is the first thing that you would like to do? You can talk about this as a group, as players, or in character. No pressure.
I mean,
I know one thing
first
I definitely
wanna-
want to do. Oh, you can go first.
No, go ahead.
Okay, now, one thing I definitely want to do is, like, just straight up call out the Jester, like, for not mentioning the fact that, that he was at the crime scene.
Are you sure? Are you sure you want to do that? I mean, you can. I'm
Well,
absolutely
at
totally okay
some
with that.
at some point, like, yeah, not necessarily like an accusation like immediately, but like definitely being like, hey, why did you mention that? She hasn't said it as much yet, but like just like one thing I want to do at some point. But Sam, what do you got?
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, Griffin wants to run introductions to, like, Screw and Alibi and be like, so this is my old boss, Iona Sylph. She's
Of course,
here now, thanks to a weird woman who launched a rocket at me. She said hi to you, Alibi. I don't fucking know.
Wood like vaguely waves from behind the robot and another screw comes loose. The engineer looks more interested and does a very, what he thinks is a suave and sophisticated, respectful bow. It looks fucking adorable.
I think Iona will like kind of like just to play along, like hold out her holographic hand to him.
He makes a motion to kiss it because the man does have an origin in silent movies.
Aww.
Good. Screw will give a respective nod.
Good old Screw. Oh.
Good old Screw.
Actually, that's a
I mean,
good
how do we
little
wanna do this?
question, if I may ask. You know, we're on the same team for the time being, but you have to admit that relationships between the engineer and Screw are a little bit strained after certain events.
I was thinking about it as a bit earlier, but I didn't know how to bring it up.
No.
I think part of the prolonging the waiting for Ida and Griff to come back. I think part of it was that freaking Engineer and Screw may have gotten into a mini dust cloud fight. Just a little one.
Definitely, and actually that will have upped their favor by the crowd because that is at least considered entertainment. And this is basically a gladiatorial ring right now. They don't care how the gladiator dies as long as they die. You understand?
Uh-huh.
Lions, tigers, or bears. We don't care. Alright.
Oh my.
So that's how they're going. That's fine. And on top of that, the engineer is a stuffed toy. Alright, so introductions have been made. This is wonderful news. So, I mean, yeah, if you really want to go on the aggressive with this sort of like, why didn't you say it? You can do that.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't know, like, I don't know who we call as a witness right now. Do we just start, like, making our argument and see if the prosecution calls a witness? Or
I mean, I will remind you...
the play here?
This is not to suggest that you do this first, but I will remind you that there was a witness you tried to call last time and they couldn't show up.
Oh,
That is
yeah.
true, yeah. We do have a couple of other things to like bring up before I think we need to push the Chuck button, so to speak.
I love that, the Chuck button. Summon the Chuck,
Chuck
button. It's a big red fucking button.
All right.
And are the DNA tests on the wax and
that's
the
a very good
pile
course of
ash
action to take.
That's
running?
right. Yeah.
So you have gathered evidence, which, you know, is in the little plastic baggies, as everybody loved me calling them that. I was using that term because I see it in American shows all the time, like bag it up in a little plastic baggie, and I'm like, oh, that's a good
Yeah.
baggie. So you give all of that stuff to the DNA team, which is Mr. M, purportedly, but Woodling is absolutely like, I am not letting you. He's not letting you use that machine without his supervision, because even if it's like, this is a terrible mockery of what I made, but it seems to be at least following the blueprint, so we will run the test and see how well your machine works.
There's just a very sly, toothy grin from Mr. M.
You bootlegger. Okay, what do we have here? What do you want us to put into this machine first? Because you'll have to wait, and depending on how badly corrupted the DNA is, I'm sorry, my accent is somehow French today. I do not understand what is happening. It's so bad. I didn't practice any Austrian. I'm so fucking sorry. Not this week. I was working on a different accent.
All good. I'm looking through the evidence, so definitely want to do the red wax to confirm what that was, and probably the residue from inside the pipe. That's another good one. Yep.
And,
And the large pile of black ash that was assumed to be the deceased.
Yeah.
Jawohl,
big
that
one.
seems to be very important. Okay, I'm German now. Okay, we shall do this in the order that you said, because that is easier for the DM to remember. Okay? So, Mr. M, you take the red wax sample from the professor's hands, much to his irritation, and put it in to the analysis slot. Do you want to describe how you operate the machine? Because it is slightly different from Woodlig's.
There is a little insertion slot kind of on the side of it, which kind of looks like a little funnel. The bag is opened and the sample is dumped inside. Then Mr. M, with an exaggerated motion, cracks his knuckles, stretches out his arms, and then just starts going ham on the organ.
Hit it, Carl.
It is menacing, it is imposing, it is every intimidating adjective there ever was. And as he plays, there's on the side of it, this little piece of paper starts printing out with the readings of your results.
That's so funny, like this mad organ, and like everyone in the room is like, ah! And then just at the side,
Yep.
done. Oh, well, I would have done it better. Anyway, but it says, well, it says red wax, a small trace of gunpowder. So I shall write that down.
Oh,
The
interesting.
result is
Interesting.
red wax and a small amount of trace gunpowder.
Hey.
Mm.
And like as Woodlig is reading that, Mr. M does like lean over and like read over his shoulder,
Yep.
basically to confirm that's what it actually says.
Eerie puppet looming over tiny duck.
Uh-huh.
Fucking spooky.
Ugh, I
God
hate that.
damn. So creepy. God damn, we got it,
Can I add a
you're
cou- Can I add a couple things to the queue of stuff we want to put through this machine?
I mean, we can just do those in
Uh-huh.
tags.
Well, I also want to put the small scrap of rubber and the broken mirror piece through. Just
I can't. I'm sorry. I'm envisioning that you're like, oh, I know what we can do, and like while everyone's still occupied with this first thing, Nick just puts in the mirror and the piece of rubber while I was looking. Like this would
Yeah.
be a fun game to do.
with a few more chords from the organ and a big zappy from the Tesla coils on top. New results are printed out.
Okay, we have a piece of mirror and a piece of rubber. What? Who put that in? That's all it
No.
does.
I mean, there might have been something. I don't know. I thought it was whoever did it probably thought there was something worth. It might be just worth a try. I don't know.
This is true. This is all true. You must pursue curiosity, for that is the soul of science. And despite my dramatic friend over here insisting otherwise, having a base to test is very useful. It is a non-contaminated sample to prove that the machine is functioning as it should. Okay, very good, Nick.
Oh, speaking of, perhaps, if I may, and Mr. M is actually gonna stand up from the DNA machine real quick and kind of, without really explaining what he's doing, kind of walk over towards the defense table, lean down, and pluck one of the feathers off of Delta's head.
Ow!
And bring it back over to the machine. That way they have a sample to compare to potential results.
And indeed, it's interesting that you should do that because you run it through the machine, and out it comes. And Woodling knows this sample very well because he has done lectures now on DNA in toons. This is denomination of animation. I came up with some bullshit to do with animation style. Right?
Definitive nomenclature of animation.
You remembered it? Oh, I feel so touched. Oh, I should have been able to do that and you did it for me. Anyway, so you've got this little piece of paper and it's actually moving. So the other samples were not moving because those were not samples from a living animated creature. Though real kind DNA is a whole different thing. So this green, wiggly, almost like a sound wave looking line is there, and this is Deltasong's genetic signature. Absolutely 100%.
Okay, well,
Yep.
add that to prosecution, I guess.
Yep.
The prosecution will keep this for a future date, at which time the defense will doubtless start crying. Yeah.
Yep. What else would you like to put into the machine? While we're here, we might as well just stick everything in.
We were going to do the large pile of black ash assumed to be the deceased for DNA testing.
All right.
Yep.
Put it in. Turn the lever. Turn the knob. And out it comes. And here, both Mr. M, if you'll oblige me for taking a little bit of control just for a second, and would like
Yeah.
look at this result, and they look at each other and like, what? So, what? Where did you get this from? You said this was from the pile of ash that you assumed to be the deceased, yeah?
That's
Okay.
correct, yeah.
Well, that does explain it. So, when D&D is badly damaged, especially by burning, sometimes the readout is not quite what you expect, and especially deceased toon in a fire. And I've never tested this before, but you see, the result is mixed carbon, burned probably some sort of paper. This is not unusual with a cartoon, especially of a 2D sort of as struck by the fine finale. Oh yeah. So burned paper.
Animation cells and whatnot.
Burned paper. Yeah, I'm a celluloid fella myself. But the second part, did you have a sweet tooth, this Chuck? And he's looking around, and people are like, yeah, he liked sugar. He did like sugar quite a lot. And he's like, well, it might be that, and because the remaining is glucose, sucrose, fructose, and a little bit of E number.
So he had some kind of candy on him when he died?
Yeah, I would suppose.
Huh. That's odd.
Well,
Would
he
that
was
have to be like a
very
small amount of
sweet
candy or-
man, you have to admit. Jester wipes away a tear, and everybody's like, "Oh, he was a sweet guy. He was a sweet fellow. He was a sweet fellow. He was so sweet."
Forgive my lack of understanding, Professor. I don't
Given
remember
my
Woodling's
accent,
last
it is
name.
completely
Apologies.
understandable that you cannot understand a thing I am saying. Sorry, please ask.
How much candy would need to be on a person for this sort of reading to come up?
See, there's a contamination this bad, and it was a large pile. This is a small sample. I would have to go through the whole site. He was a big guy, by all accounts. Everybody agrees on that one. I cannot answer that scientifically with any accuracy.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I didn't tell you anything useful, but you're welcome. Was there anything else you wanted to stick into here, machine?
We want to do the soot residue from inside the drain pipe.
Inside the pot now? Are you sure it was...
Wait, hang on. Sorry. Traces of soot in the speaking pipe.
Yeah, I have a slight clog in my right ear. I just wanted to be sure that we were talking about the right pipe. It's very important to remember these things. Okay, I will run the soot.
Yeah.
And they put it into the thing. And lo and behold, the result says it's soot. It's actually really hard, and I did some research on this, to tell different kinds of soot apart. It's like this machine is not so advanced that we can really start analyzing that kind of thing, so I'm afraid it's just soot. It's very fine soot. That's all you can tell. It's just like
This thing is made
high
for
grade,
DNA
very sophisticated
and components of things,
Yeah.
but it can't get down to those fine details.
That is basically
Fair enough.
it. It's microscopes maybe not, but this thing can tell you that is soot. Sure is soot.
Okay, I think
There
there's
is
only
soot.
one thing. There's only one thing I think that would be relevant aside from the drain pipe, but we'll get to that later. Did we take any of the chemicals from the lab, the Jester's lab?
I don't know. Did you? I don't remember you taking any of the chemicals. You took paperwork. You took encrypted notes.
Oh. We took
That's
luminol also.
You took luminol. You made luminol.
Made luminol.
That's your own stuff now. It's yours. If you present these papers, both, I think, Vudlig and Scru, because Scru, you're an intellectual guy, and I'm sure that you use ciphers to protect some of your secure data, and both of them. Both of them throughout the rest of this game can take turns trying to crack this code. But the Jester says, I object. That's from my personal stash, and I really don't think it's that relevant to this case, unless you can persuade me somehow.
About that, actually, out of character, do you want Ida to drop the proverbial bombshell now, or I mean,
Are we flat out accusing him now, or are we just gonna say you were a potential
not
witness?
yet. I just want to have her point out why didn't you mention this? Just to start out with.
That sounds good. Yeah, let's go there.
Okay. Your Honor, we have testimony from. Your Honor, we have testimony from Skim and Scam that you were also present at the scene of the crime the day the murder took place. Could you tell us, is there a particular reason why you neglected to mention this to the court?
Me? Forget? I might have neglected to mention it, but it didn't seem relevant. And he's giving you a very cold look, and nobody in the audience seems to think that this was outrageous. Of course he was there, he's always there, you didn't even have to say he was there. And Skim and Scam are like, yes, of course he was there, you didn't even need to say it, did he? Because he was always there. And they're looking at you like, please, we need these jobs, he's gonna kill us.
Yeah, unfortunately, Iona is not quite so sympathetic to these two, and he continues. I disagree. I think it is quite relevant. After all, if you were at the scene of the crime, then you could have been a potential witness. You were stationed at the floor directly below where the murder took place. For all we know, you could have heard something occurring on the floor above you. So I think it is quite relevant to the case at hand.
Oh gosh, that's good. Note that down, jury. I could have heard something. And everybody starts laughing, and basically one person takes pity on you, and it's the gorilla, who's not too bright. Oh well, see the magic
the magic force field bubble thing? You was talking about it before you left last time. Yeah, that kind of is like a soundproofing thing too. You couldn't hear anything, especially because Chuck used to get kind of rowdy and the Jester didn't like the noise because it kind of disturbed his evil machinations. So yeah, we doubled up on that.
Oh no, I'm well aware of the spell that was placed around the area. What I'm interested in though is the listening tubes that connected both of the floors. Theoretically, you could have heard something through that if you happen to be listening.
You get the smallest twitch under the Jester's left eye. Is like, oh yes, no, that's true. I suppose that's oh jolly good. Yes, you did do your homework. All right. Well, I suppose that's a fair point, but the thing is you really only hear something if someone's speaking into the tube, and you have to put your ear right up against it. Have you ever used one of those old-fashioned telephones? Goodness me, they're terrible. Or like that cup on a string thing. You need to be really up in that thing's business for it to work. I might have heard some sort of rumbling noise, but as Chuck had a guest in, that really didn't strike me as unusual. Anyway, if you must insist, yes, of course I was
Insight.
there. I was there the whole time, wasn't I? Which one was it you? Was it Scam? One of you was at the door.
Hang on, I think I wrote this down. Which one it was specifically? I know I have this somewhere. Shoot.
Scam was one inside, I think.
Yeah, there it is.
Scam was at the front entrance.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Thank you for saving me, because that means I can just say, Scam!
Yes, well, it was, and of course, I was there outside the door the whole time, so I know that he was in there, but
He never came out of it, and of course, Jester would have no reason to do anything other than be inside his room, sat at his desk the entire time, which I definitely don't know for certain because I didn't. And he's like still in the zone of truth. He's like, I looked through the keyhole. Ah! He was at the desk the whole time.
Interesting.
Skim's like,
you're not supposed. I know, but usually he leaves the key in the keyhole. Of course, I was going to have a little peek. I want to see what he's doing in there. It wasn't very interesting. He just sat there the whole time.
I will say though, I'll be asked to roll insight of the Jester when all this is going down. Can we still do that?
yeah, sure, you can roll. I will note that it is quite a high DC to pass, or whatever it's called, AC/DC? The music band, you know.
DC. Alright.
I have to think about what specifically, because I can't remember. Hang on, I'm gonna roll it. 16! Dang it, Scru!
Damn, that's for me to...
Okay, yeah, 24 will do it. Gee, you whiz.
Oh, come on.
I feel you, man. I feel you, Sam. I'm always doing this. You'll have to probably
You're gonna have to
enter
write a
that.
new message,
Yeah.
because, yeah.
Gives me something to copy.
Yeah,
paste.
okay, this is just really being...
24 is gonna get it, so I can give it to you regardless. Yeah, 12.
Yeah, okay, not worth it. Yes.
Okay, so Scru and
That's
Nick, you like squint suspiciously, but nothing is forthcoming. But Ida, you can, like, now that you've overcome your kind of fear of the Jester, really it was a fear of yourself, of the expectations placed upon you, but now you know he, like, did something to you and he's full of shit and it's really mean. With the 24. The Jester is just kind of serenely smiling and taps his fingers together and is like, oh, isn't that nice? I even have a witness, an alibi, I think you call that, don't you, Delta? And yeah, you understand that he definitely did not leave the key in the keyhole on purpose, so it would tempt Scam to look through the keyhole and provide him with a witness, an alibi, whatever you like to call it. He had that. I will say that all of this is kind of part of why I've written up a small script for when you interrogate the Jester, so I don't want to go too deeply into it, because you'll have opportunities to press both Scam and the Jester during that.
Okay.
Just helps my brain.
Out of character, I think a good move next would be to see if we can get the jester to give witness testimony of what happened that night.
That is basically where this might be going. So if the jester's testimony is what you want, we can go with that.
Alrighty.
Can I first try and have Griffin establish sort of that the prosecution, so I want Griffin to say, before we move into witness testimony, I would just like to relay some findings from our investigation, which I believe show that the means that the prosecution suggested for the accused are not possible. We discovered that at the time of the murder, the anti-magic field was active, meaning that Alabama rules could not have cast a spell to kill Chuck Muscle.
The defense makes a viable point. Unfortunately, during the new released evidence, we have confirmed the validity of another theory. The prosecution would like to remind the court and your honor that we did postulate that the unique advantages of this individual's luck could be brought into question, and considering the evidence that we have now that he did not only summon a goddess, but that she changed reality against the flow of time, introduces not a magical aspect but a divine, which the magical force field would be unable to extinguish.
So is the prosecution formally accusing the goddess of luck for this crime then? I think Yoda says with kind of a wry smile on her face.
An act of God is an act of God, but it can be incited, such as, let us say that a landslide can be caused by a stick of dynamite. I would postulate that the wish or prayer of Deltasong Danger could act as such a device. One would not blame the mountainside for falling, would you?
See, now I'm wondering if there are actual laws pertaining to this sort of thing.
Yeah, isn't that an interesting idea?
Can you actually pick someone for murder if they ask their deity to intervene like this?
The crowd seems surprisingly swayed by the prosecution's thing, and especially Delta is just kind of sinking into his seat at the desk and is just kind of grateful that he's not on a high wire anymore, and is busying himself by repeatedly giving himself tarot readings, just dealing out the cards, and he keeps getting the same cards, and they're really, really fucking bad. It's the Ten of Swords and the Tower and the Devil, and he's just fuck. Five of cards. No, not again. So yeah, and the Tower just keeps coming back, and so he's having a bad time over there, because he's that's why he went into hiding for 3 fucking years, because he thought his luck did it. And this is almost you have just proved that is an entirely viable option, that is possibly what did kill Chuck Muscle. So it's going well, guys. You're doing great.
As Delta is kind of sinking in his seat, Screw's just gonna kind of roll his eyes and use his cane to hoist Delta up and straighten his posture. Don't slouch, you're gonna make yourself look like a lout.
Yeah, well, they're gonna hang me afterwards, so you don't need to help them, thanks.
Grumpy duck noises.
Grumpy duck noises.
Yes. So, as you were saying earlier, I suppose we should call a witness.
So question time for all players, because I do feel you should consult each other on this, because it is important which order you do this in, because that may potentially change things. Which witness do you want to summon first?
My vote is to do the jester first, and then after we get his testimony, see if we can summon Chuck.
Okay.
Interesting.
I propose a different potential avenue. Do the jester first, then scam to see if he can confirm everything the Jester says, since he is a witness to the Jester. And if there's any inconsistencies, he will be able to prove it. And then we do Chuck.
You may get more than you're bargaining for. I'm just going to keep quiet, though.
Part of me, I do see the sort of like strategic avenue of that. Part of me feels like cross-examining the Jester should maybe be the denouement of the scene. Like maybe we should get all the evidence first and then cross-examine the Jester, but that may just be a sense of dramatics that is not particularly helpful talking.
I would counter that
That's
with the
entirely
sense
fair.
of dramatic is entirely what's charging this entire story. I am slightly biased, but I'm also in favor of the goddess of fate, and if it feels right to do the Jester first to you guys, do it, because every time I have tried to argue with the gut instinct, it goes pear-shaped every single fucking time. So, I tell you what, how about we have a 5-minute break, because we are hitting the hour, and that'll give you time to think about it, and we can come back with your decision. How's about that?
All right, sounds good to me.
Time for thinking, time for drinking. Remember to
me
grab
too.
some water.
I need the drink. Oh my god.
All right, I'm gonna pause the recording for now.
Oh boy.
All right. So
It's all
getting back to
good.
the plan going forward, so I'm with Abby's plan on like doing the Jester, then Scam, and then Chuck at the end.
Because it would be so picky dramatic to end on Chuck.
Yeah, I was gonna say because like doing like the big
A
channel.
drama! Of course, it could also be just as dramatic to start with Chuck.
I'm being quiet because this is between you three. I am not influencing this decision.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna mute. You guys carry on.
Fair enough. I feel like doing the Jester would be like the most logical progression as well, because like that'd be what they jump on first. Because like he's a new witness who's like alive, and they can guarantee to like get his testimony. Whereas Chuck may or may not be a bit up in the air, depending on like if Ida can do the ritual or if the Jester messes with her again. Though I do have a plan if in case the Jester does try to mess with her again, because she has her sister here now, and her sister is very not happy with the Jester for messing with her.
Did you make Iona a character sheet? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, I have a stat block for her. Yeah.
Yes!
Is she?
Good.
Plus 20 to Bazonga Galongas. Anyway.
I was curious.
Mom,
I was just curious.
just
what facts
The world's most powerful over the shoulder boulder holders. But yeah.
I did get her good charisma, so.
Yeah, it's kind of the same. Oh, by the way, like I think this was post game, but someone asked me if someone could roll seduce on Chuck or something.
That was a joke, I swear.
Like, I mean, you
like,
can.
if we needed to.
I would be delighted to see it happen, honestly. So
Listen,
we'll
I only
see.
brought it up because there is at least like 2 separate instances of like in Ace Attorney where literally the way you like manage to get testimony is by just having her sister and just be like, please give us the info, and just looking all pretty and just.
Actually, I'm just gonna make you roll as her, because we need her charisma stat. Just roll a general, whatever you would call it, persuasion for how charmed.
Yeah, I was gonna say persuasion because her mod's a little bit better on that one. That's
so this
alright.
is not for the Jester, because I will tell you the J-Man ain't into that. But you
Fair
have
enough.
a crowd to work with, and some of them might.
Alright.
Great tracks.
Aw, come on! Dang. I mean, to be fair, this is a very pretty, real kind woman, so the standards of beauty are probably very different between Toons and real
that's
kind,
true.
so.
Also, sorry, you should be,
Yeah.
we should resume recording, because this is definitely a part of the game. This is like...
Sorry, I started recording a little bit ago.
Oh, great!
So.
Okay, so,
Okay.
just to fit in, like, that is a 7 as a result of this highly conventionally attractive woman with great mounds of flesh. Basically, like what?
I was gonna say tracts of land, but yours works
great
too.
tracts of land. I was just like, we've already used that line. Well, I might as well. You know, just could bounce ammunition off of those. Really, has Luffy
Old
ever tried
Donbon
that?
honkaroos, as they say.
Yes, that, all of that. But the thing with the Yakuza are, they aren't like the Yakuza. Ooh, those heathens from the east side of the Anquilian lands. No. The Yakuza have more pride than that. The Yakuza are pretty much exclusively a toon-kind mob gang. And yeah, the real kind thing, it's like, you know, if it was Jessica Rabbit, like full on toon, yeah, you'd be cooking, but like, nah. And also you're the defense, and also
Fair enough.
hairstyle kind of weird. And those clothes like look for a much younger person. What's with that? That's very strange.
I will note she is actually wearing an outfit that fits her.
Good.
Off screen,
okay.
yeah, no, Opal did have the sense to like put on like clothes that were like way too big for her before channeling her cousin, because this has been a problem in the past, having to wear like be in court and wear clothes that are like several sizes too small.
You've already got enough disasters going on. Let's not make a wardrobe slip be one of those.
Absolutely.
Okay. Right, we are officially going to start the game again, and so I believe the consensus was you are going to summon the Jester next.
You all good with that?
Thumbs up.
Okay.
Alrighty. Alright, just for the sake of, like, you know, flavor and all, Yuna's gonna say, to continue, though, I believe we have, now that we have, sorry, me kid, I'm trying to find my words. You know, it's probably a lot more eloquent than I am. Alright. The defense does assert that at, witness testimony from Your Honor would be, relevant to the case.
I mean, you're going
Yes,
to have to
great
give me
witness-
more than that. She's got to give me more than that, hasn't she, lads?
And they're all like, yeah, come on, give it some oomph. You gotta be dramatic. You know, this is the Yakuza court, yeah. It's like kind of turned into, So basically the Jester is not saying no, but he's saying, you're doing a piss poor job of making me want to do this.
I have a thing, don't worry.
Cool.
I'm surprised, Your Honor. I thought you would leap at the chance to take center stage, so to speak. But if you'd rather step out of the spotlight...
Oh.
Yeah, roll persuasion.
Oh.
Alright, persuasion, come on.
It's
That's
not,
a little better.
it's not bad,
Man.
but it's like, so-
Hey, oh wait, her sister has guidance. Can Ida give a guidance?
Yes. Yeah, guidance,
Okay,
that shit.
add a d4 to that.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Just like, straight up, yeah. If you get a 4.
Alright. Oh, come on.
I mean, hang on. You have your cronies with you. You have an entire defense team.
That is true.
Does Nick have anything to say? You're particularly good at these sort of things, I would think.
Honored guests of the courtroom, tonight we present for you a story of twists and turns, of intrigue, of mystery, of betrayal, of murder. And at the very end, we will reveal to you the true murderer of Chuck L. Muscle and resolve mysteries that have lain dormant for these many years, but we will need cooperation from you, of course. We will need collaboration in our storytelling. Please allow us to call to the stand Your Honor, the Jester.
That does it. You only needed one to pass anyway, but like that's superb. Everybody's just like, oh, yeah, this guy is good. Yeah. And then, like they're finally waking up a bit. Someone's alarm clock goes up, and he's like, and the Jester is just like, oh, all right. You persuaded me, you charming little devil. By the way, I do think you would look rather good in pinstripes. I do hope you lose. All right. And you know, he's at this ridiculously tall desk, and it sort of unfurls, like, and it makes itself into a stairway. And he walks down it, like, sort of bowing and throwing flowers, and, oh, yes, well, you know, like an old movie, like Fred Astaire. So yeah, he makes his way down very humble man, to the witness stand. Is like, oh, you too, sweetie. I mean, seeing as you landed me in it, rather. And Scam is like, huh? What? Huh? And a cane hook comes out of nowhere, and the jester snaps his fingers, and the cane shoots towards him, and Scam's like, this has never been done before! So, yeah. You don't have just one witness on the witness stand. You have two.
That's really funny.
This is
question.
more like great-grandfather's sort of thing. I don't really do
Fair
multiple witnesses at the same time.
Yeah.
You ask for this, you better
Can I do a
roll
joke
with
real
the
quick?
punches.
Oh, by the way, it's a bit deucedly awkward because, you know, I am the judge.
And you're only allowed to have a Yakuza judge, boss as the judge.
So, I am still going to be a judge, even though I'm a witness. Sorry, can't do anything about it.
That's entirely fair, Your Honor. I think we can work with that.
Oh, good. I'm glad you agree.
And yeah, you can start listening to the Jester's testimony and Scam's interjections, if you like.
All right. Well, I think to start off with, we'd want him to describe what he was up to during the night of the murder.
Okay. Cha-ching! Court Jester joke in the testimony line. I didn't write something. Anyway, really should have. Court Jester would have been a good title for this whole episode, actually. Yeah, recording design is good too. Alright.
Well, alright. As with every other night, I entered the tower alongside Chuck earlier in the day. We were best buddies, you know. And, well, after that, I stayed in my office the whole time. At the time of the murder, I was, sat at my desk doing paperwork. Isn't that right, Scam? Yes, well, as it turns out, he was definitely sitting at his desk the whole time. I had a jolly good view into the room, and I couldn't resist having a good long snoop. On top of that, I didn't want to get caught, so I would have noticed if he'd stood up from the desk and crossed the room or anything. No, nothing happened at all. Yes, so there you go. That's why I didn't say anything, because I didn't do anything. And that's the end of what they both have to say. As in the game, I can repeat what I said, and at any point you can press a statement, and I will try to make something up to make things more interesting and potentially trip myself over. Are we good?
I'd like to press scam real quick. If that's all right. I'd like
Yeah,
to...
sure. Let me just rewind my page. It's got that really awkward thing where I've got a page break in the middle of all my dialogue. Oh, by the way, like this is like everybody can jump in. So Scru, you good? Like you can do this.
Yeah,
thing too.
I'm thinking.
Good. Okay, what would you like to press scam about, Nick?
Hold it. Scam, you say the jester never left his desk. I don't dispute that, but did you happen to notice if he at any point used either the pneumatic tube or the speaking tube for anything?
Scam looks very thoughtful. He's like,
Oh, yes. You know, I'd forgotten about that. Absolutely. Yes, he must have received Your Honor must have received a message from the pneumatic pipe at one point, because, you opened it and you laughed. It was a funny message, probably from your boss, right? Yes. He was a rare one for that. Was good old Chuck. He used to send me the silliest little things. Can't remember what the joke was, but it really did get me. Yes. And just after that, yes, that was the last thing that happened before the tower fell down.
Mom, this is a question for you.
Yeah.
I know that the jester sends something, it goes to the gutter. Do I know if Chuck's pneumatic tube would still reach the jester? Like if he sent something through?
That's a really good question. because you didn't actually test it in reverse. On the other hand, I gave you such bullshit with that terrible puzzle last time, I'm almost like wanting to give you this. Yeah, I'm gonna say that you can say BS on that, that, you know, whatever, arrived via that tube can't have come via the usual means.
Objection! Your Honor, I'd like to take this opportunity to present this piece of pipe. This piece of pipe is very interesting. We found it on the outside of the tower. And what it did essentially is connect the pneumatic tube from your office to, instead of the pneumatic tube of Chuck L. Muscle's room, the gutter of Chuck L. Muscle's room. So you couldn't have received a missive from him at the time of the murder, because it would have instead had to have come from the gutter if you were going to receive something in that manner.
The Jester looks at you in a very puzzled sort of a way and says, "Really? Well, how extraordinary. I suppose that was probably one of his little practical jokes, but how would I know anything about that?" Like, the crowd, of course, is always going with what the Jester says, because they're fucking terrified of him. In fact, it seems to be like a kind of 50-50 splits. Like, some people are kind of like, yeah, I guess, but yeah, of course, boss. Yeah, I don't think it's so, boss. And half of them are just so stupid, they're like, yeah, Chuck would do things like that, it was really funny. And
Yeah, how would the Jester know? Even if Chuck had sent it from the drain, he was at the other end, so he would have no way of knowing.
surprisingly British, these mobsters, I know, sorry.
Well, objection to that as well. Any canister going through the gutter, I can attest, as can you, Scam, that anything going through the gutter would have very clearly have gone through the gutter.
Everybody's like,
can attest to
"What?
that because
Can you elucidate?
Do you remember when I stuck my arm down and it got coated in blood? Like
the whole crowd are just like, you did! What? Like, excuse me? And yes, the prosecution are quick to say,
Objection. As you can clearly see, Your Honor, the defense are so destitute in their argument that they are starting to lie in such a barefaced manner that clearly everybody can see how spotlessly clean this man's suit is.
I paid 10 gold to Skim and Scam to prestidigitate it away.
Skim and Scam are so... looking like very... We did what? I don't know. I can't remember anything to do with it.
Scru's actually gonna nudge Nick, because we do have, oh gosh, what is it called? The thing that makes the blood that has
Luminol.
gone away but is still traces. That's the one! That's the sucker!
Yeah, I was hoping you would get it. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, that's a great point. Griffin will spray the arm of his suit with the luminol and say, if anyone cares to look through my badge here, you will be able to see the residue of blood that remains on my suit. Oh god, it's
I'm
horrible.
not here. I'm not here.
Just and some
Holds it
people
up, looks through it.
How bad is it? Be honest with me.
I'm assuming it's very bad.
It was like severe.
Oh yeah, that's glowing like a neon sign, that is.
And you paid 10 gold for a cantrip to get... That's like one of those wee little tiny spells that you get for free every day, isn't it? I don't know much about magic, but I do know that one, because I have some.
Yeah, but neither Ida or I have the spell, and my arm was covered in really old blood.
No businesses, laddie.
And this is coming from a stuffed toy. You're being dissed by a toy who is famous for having no money at any point. He's like...
I don't agree with him very often, but I do agree with him in this instance.
Thank you.
Oh.
However,
That's
several
why
people
I'm-
are like
that's why I
taking
wasn't
the
a business
bait.
major.
Several people are taking the bait and coming to see, partly because they're just like, ooh, a new toy. Oh yeah, I played a puzzle game with this stuff once. Yeah, it's really fun. And
Right, form a queue if you want to see it. Take your turn, one at a time.
the jester is looking a little impatient and goes. and
Screw's about to.
looks at Nitpicker, and Nitpicker's like,
Sorry, Your Honor. Objection. The residue so-called upon the sleeve of my educated friend here could have arrived there at any point. There is no way to prove that the remnants of blood upon his sartorial attire is anything to do with the case at hand.
Unfortunately, this is true.
Damn, Skim. Did you or
Skim
did you
and
not
Skim, yeah.
witness me stick my hand down the drain and get it covered in blood? You're in the zone of truth. Please testify if that's true or not.
I have to say it's jolly well true, old sport. Yes, no, he definitely did that, and I definitely have 10 very real gold coins because of it, and I'm terribly sorry. I don't feel bad about it at all. Objection! There is no way to prove that there were such stains pre-existing this exercise into the drain. Okay, I think we're allowed to say that he stuck his arm down a drain pipe, all right? And apparently it was filthy, so that's hilarious. Just it doesn't seem to mind too much. Anyway, well, the thing is, I didn't pay much attention to the state that the little capsule thing was in. They were made of brass. They used to get a bit of a patina on them anyway. And I'll be frank, everybody knew what Chuck was doing up there with our dear friend, Mr. Delta. If it had come down in such a state, I really wouldn't have been that surprised.
Politely raise my hand to talk with the players real quick,
Sure.
because I have thought of something, but I don't know how to bring it up.
Absolutely.
Because the argument right now is that the blood could have come at any point, even after the murder happened, yeah?
Kind of, but the jester's already blown that out of the water because he just said, yes, alright, he did stick his arm down a drain pipe. But what the jester is now saying is that he had assumed if there was any mess on this capsule, which he did not pay close attention to, if there was blood on it, Chuck was upstairs with a victim, and, yeah.
There probably would have been...
There would have been mess. Even if, like, he had been using the regular pneumatic tube. Things got kind of messy up there.
Yeah.
There is
That's
nothing
fair.
strange in the Yakuza about something being covered in blood. Hate to tell you these, but it wouldn't be a tricky case if it was that simple, would it? And also, you know how these games are. You think you got something, and then they're like, nope, and you're like, you bitch! So yeah, I kind of wanted to give you something.
Yeah, that's fair.
Completely fair. Your Honor, one point of clarification, though. What did you do with the capsule after you received it? We did not find it at the scene.
But you didn't find... Actually, fuck. Did I completely accidentally not... Well, anyway, didn't even think about that. The jester looks a little bit sort of like, huh, that's a new one. Well, I don't really know. I mean, the thing is, I wasn't paying attention because, as we said, after I'd enjoyed a jolly good chuckle at whatever joke Chuck had put in there. What was it? Something about going into a bar on a horse with a face and the thing is, after that, there was a jolly big explosion, and I don't know about you, but when I'm in that sort of situation, everything gets thrown out of the window. Not literally in this case, because the windows didn't open in either of our offices, which I'm sure you know by now. But yes, me and Scam rather prioritized getting out of the tower after that. So, yeah, sorry, really can't tell you what I did with the damn thing. I'm sure you thoroughly searched absolutely everywhere, including the locked drawers and the secret compartments in my desk.
Griffin, immediate flashback to how he just sort of couldn't handle the desk and didn't get anything from it.
You didn't think that was going to come back and bite you on the ass? It absolutely did.
No, I did.
Unfortunately, this is basically the resolution of the Drainpipe Saga, so you all know perfectly well that this is relevant. However, they have swung it so that this is not a particular turning point. But if it's presented with enough collaborating evidence to support it, then it could be. It could be useful.
It also brings an avenue for me, potentially. Because, like, if we can... Because, like, I know that, like, most of the folks here are affected by the true spell. I don't know if the Jester is.
Yeah, he
I'm
is.
very suspicious about the Jester being. Okay, never mind then.
Anybody, actually, to clarify, anybody who is on the witness stand is in a zone of truth.
Got it, okay.
Cool.
Thumbs
I
up.
would point out that the Jester is the Jester, so take that as you will.
Okay, the thumbs up has become a so-so in my head.
Also, with how Zone of Truth works, isn't it just that Skim and Scam know if he lies? Like,
Yeah. That's what I was
he's
saying.
not
Oh.
convinced.
That's what I was saying. Well thought out, Sam. I'm very tempted to give you an inspiration point just for remembering that, but I'm not going to because it's the finale and I'm not allowed to do that. I'm gonna be mean today. I'm mean today, okay?
I've still got
Instead,
one
you
from last
get
time
a
anyway.
little golden star sticker.
You do.
There
You
go.
get a little golden star sticker. It just appears in the game, like Nick gets one on his like lapel. Bing!
To replace the badge that Screw is still kind of holding, kind of absently flipping up and down like a coin.
Never replacing. Never replace the beautiful badge.
Screw, can I have it back?
Hey, sorry. Here you go.
Thank you, Mr. McCodger.
Hands
Eden,
over the badge. There you go.
What do you think we should pull at next?
I mean, quick question. If you want me to repeat the testimony, I can. On the other hand, you're doing pretty damn good, so like I wouldn't worry about it. I think you're doing pretty good. Yeah, I think actually I'm going through it and I'm like, what are you talking about? They already basically got everything. No, maybe there is an extra thing. There's one more thing. Yeah, there's one more thing. So I will say, actually, that the point about the Jester removing something from the pneumatic tube and him laughing about it is going to be added as, like, to the court record as like, extended testimony. So he'll just sort of repeat that, yes, well, I assumed it had been a message. It was just a little message from joke with it. Yes, that was it. Really, wasn't it, Scam? And Scam swallows. He's like, that's the noise he makes.
Can we make a round of insight checks about that?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Also, Kit, are you? I haven't been hearing you. Are you? still
Yeah,
connected?
Kit, are you alive? You good? You're just thinking very hard.
Yeah.
We don't want you to be
Yeah.
excluded. Kit?
Oh.
Oh my god, how long has Kit been out?
Oh
Kit! Alright, game's on pause until we figure out where Kit is.
no! Oh, okay.
Oh,
Skip.
no one else can hear Kit. I can't hear Kit.
We've lost Kit!
Shit. Okay.
I heard Kit.
I'll disconnect
Okay.
and reconnect and see if that fixes it, because, yeah, I
I
can't
can
hear
hear you.
anything.
Dropping like flies!
Hello? Oh, I can hear Kit
Hello?
now! Yay! God, I thought you were just being
Okay.
so
Yay!
quiet.
I had a feeling you guys might not be hearing me because, like, I was trying to make a joke earlier when they were doing like queuing up to look through the badge, like, "Oh, you should charge admission," but you guys weren't reacting,
No,
so
I
I tried
didn't
like
hear anything.
dropping in and out of the call.
I think I heard you, but I don't think Mod heard you.
I didn't
unfortunately.
hear anything. There was nothing.
I'm so sorry. Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
sorry.
It's alright.
Ben
Yeah,
didn't
Like,
need.
at least it's working now. So
It's all good.
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
Well, good timing because you're very
Yeah,
good at
believe-
insight rolls, so it might be a brilliant time
Uh-huh.
for Ida to,
Definitely.
or rather her sister. Sorry, I keep getting that wrong. To Well, actually, wait,
But
they're
I've
both
been
present. They're both here.
Well, yeah, I'm kind of flip-flopping because I don't want to, like, roll both of them at the same time because, like, you know, I don't want the whole point of Iona is, like, to, like, be either her or Ida, so.
Fair.
But yeah. If you prefer me to have Iona roll, or because Ida has the better mod, so I'll leave it up to you.
Ooh, no, it's up to you as to who you want to play. That's fine.
Alrighty. See, I'll have
16,
Ida do it because
19,
she's
both
real good at the insight.
Both good.
I say that, but she, can I on that?
Hecking screw your plus 10 modifier. It's useless if you keep rolling
Please,
below a
scratch
10.
Can I roll can I slap a guidance on Screw instead?
It's entirely up
Alright,
to you. You're gonna get it, because, like, a 16 and a 19 both pass. 11 didn't quite, but you've got 2 passes.
Probably good then.
God, Abby, you'll
So,
laugh. kills me
19.
every fucking time. I love it.
One of the worst feelings in D&D is when you have a plus 10 and you roll like a 4. It
Yeah.
sucks.
Yeah.
Roll d4. 2. 21.
Yay!
21!
Holy
In total.
shit. Yeah. Okay, so that strangulated noise that came out of Scam was a kind of, my boss is looking at me in a way that says I will not exist for very long if I answer anything but yes. So that's the vibe you're getting from this pony. Even though Scam is in, a zone of truth, like, it doesn't compel him to tell the truth. It means that whatever he says has to be a version of truth.
Mm-hmm.
And making a phonetic, indescribable noise is permitted, because that doesn't mean anything.
I mean, also, I think there's pretty much no oversight on Skim and Scam. Like, they could just say, oh, yeah, that registers as true that we said, the thing we said.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
It's getting to the point where lines are being very much blurred, and you are all actually, with that insight, you're kind of starting to understand the depth of the hold that the Jester has over people. Because, this is Yakuza Court of Law, which is, like, basically the one place where they have to stick to the rules. It's kind of like pirates, like they have the code, and here is where you have to stick to the code. Otherwise, there is no reason to have a code, even if they're more or less just guidelines anyway, as the famous line goes. So this is like the one place where they could conceivably be safe in defying the Jester. No one is allowed to die inside this tent. But the second this is over, they're in the shit.
The second this is over, the dip comes out.
Yep.
Yep.
This man has a water pistol, and he will use it.
Oh boy.
Oh boy!
Do we want to try
Oh
and...
boy! The end of that!
Oh boy! Oh no!
I'm out of copyright. No, the voice isn't. Oh shit. Well, anyway. We're not doing that gag today. We're not doing that gag today. Steamboat, will you get back in your box?
Get back in there!
I'm gonna say, Prince Ekim, when did you get here?
Oh, I was just visiting. I'll be going now. Tomorrow.
You, like, shut down this extremely criminal organization? Like, you're a monarch?
Sorry, I'm on a horse and going away very fast. Where were we? Right, okay. You can You can try to pursue this strangulated pony and give him an even worse time that he's already having, or you can try a different tack, because there are a couple of new avenues to explore should you wish to.
Me, with ADHD, I cannot remember what we were asking.
Do we want to go through the testimony again? Like, just recap on that?
Please.
Yeah, sure. So your minds hastily rewind, and in black and white we re-see the scene again, because this was all a sort of internal monologue sort of situation as you do in the games. So yes, I got a joke or some sort of message from Chuck, and after that I had a good old giggle, and then the tower started falling down, and that was really it, wasn't it, Scam? And it was better the first time I did it.
Okay.
Something to share with the court? Mr. Scam?
And he's just like don't do this to me. Don't fucking do this to me. Don't do this to me. Yeah, you are gonna have to persuade this pony real good.
Alright, who's
I
got the
also
best persuasion
remind you-
modifier?
I do remind you that you are allowed to cast spells in court, so if there is something that would help you to do that, you can actually do that, because this place is crazy.
Right. Ida has a +5. Not sure she has anything that would.
Okay. Griff has
Oh,
a plus.
bardic inspiration, anything.
Remind
Guarded.
me, does Griff have heroism?
Griff has the spell heroism. Yeah, I can cast that. if you
That
want
would
to.
work. That would work.
Oh, I see what you're
That on
saying.
the pony, that would work.
Yeah.
I cast heroism on Scam.
Describe
and I
what
say,
this feels like.
I think it's really just like Griff kind of gets in his head. He strikes up a conversation with the guy and sort of just distracts him from the fear for a second. Just sort of misleads him, misdirects him. Does Griffin's whole "I'm bluffing and I'm tricking you into saying stuff" bit.
I mean, there's that, but I mean, how does this make Scam feel? What is the emotional change this horse goes through?
Okay, actually, I think it is just so annoyed at Griffin that he's forgotten to be afraid of the Jester. I think that's what he feels right now.
Yeah,
That's so...
we could do the things before where we're teasing him, oh, you don't know anything.
Yeah.
That's so fucking... I'm so glad you went with that flavor. That's so much better than just and he's suddenly
That's
filled
great.
with courage and he decides to defy his boss. No, he's fucking pissed at you.
No, when you
Super Lord,
shut up, you
needling him.
stupid ass! Don't you realize what you're putting me in? Who cares if there was a stupid noise before he started laughing? It was probably just some sort of party popper or something that made him laugh.
Oh.
Tell us about this noise, Mr. Scam.
Yes, could you elaborate on that?
Which noise? You'll have to be more specific.
The one that
The
you
one
heard before he
before.
started laughing?
And yeah, it's just sort of leaning away from this Toon Jester who I have to enforce this. I forgot to do this on previous games, but he keeps changing styles. One of the most upsetting things about the Jester is he's an omni-kind. So he keeps swapping between real kind, between toon kind, and stop motion, different kinds of CG, pixelated stuff. And at the moment, he is a pony. He has turned into a My Little Pony-ass brand pony. And he's just yes, do tell us about the noise that you're so eager to tell us all about, which will be so enlightening and not at all petty. Alright, well, if you must know, then yes, when the Jester was sitting at the desk, he stayed at the desk the whole time, so I really don't actually understand what any of this can lead to. He can't have seen anything from where he was. But he got something from the pipe, and there was a sort of pop noise. It wasn't very big. And then the Jester started laughing, quite severely. You have quite an intense laugh, I think. I think you'd agree with that, wouldn't you, Plus? Yes, I have been told that. Not by anybody who's around anymore. Yes, well, of course I'm joking. It's a beautiful laugh. It's very, very mellifluous. Anyway, so there was a pop, and then he left, and then the tower fell down. So it really can't have been anything. It was probably just a little, a practical joke, whiz popper or something. I'm sure the Jester didn't want to tell you that was why he left, because he would be embarrassed about being surprised by anything like that, wouldn't you, boss? Yes, that's exactly what it was. And he turns back into
I will pull
a
out.
human Toon.
I don't think
Oh,
I
pull
need
out.
to be the only one to point out that most practical jokes of your kind end lethally.
Yes, but I think we established that the practical joke was played on me by Chuck. I was the butt of the joke
as you might say, I was the fool's fool on that occasion. You're quite right, of course. I blush to admit it, but yes, it was some little firecracker device or something gave me quite a shock. And indeed, the shock caused the laughter, and then the towel fell down, so nothing new has been learned.
So you say it was a firecracker, yes? I suppose that would explain the soot in tube, yes? That you two mentioned?
Objection. I don't believe it was a firecracker. I believe it was a balloon. And I pull out the scrap of rubber that we found under the...
Oh, you know, you're right. It was a balloon. Must have had some sort of needle in it to make it go pop when I opened the pneumatic thing. I'd completely forgotten that. Thank you, Nick. I'm so glad we wrapped this whole thing up. You know how your brain can get so... Your memory gets so fuzzy when explosions happen? I mean, poor Delta there couldn't remember a thing after the tower exploded, could you, dear? And Delta is like... Yeah, actually, it was really hard to remember anything. I still can't really remember what exactly. So thank you. Completely innocent of charge. It was a balloon. Let's move on with our lives and convict the goose already, shall we?
I'm charged with anything, Your Honor, but,
Yeah, the jester is very happy to accept your explanation. Congratulations. Well, that's that. I didn't have anything of relevance to say. It was very nice to be down here, but I think that's all we're going to get out of it. If the jury could consider their verdict, and at this point, one of two things can happen. Either I can make something unexpected happen, or you can summon a different witness.
Now I'm tempted by, like, this mystery thing, but I also really want to summon Chuck. What do you guys think?
it's time to summon Chuck.
Yeah, we've been building up to this, so...
Oh boy. Let me drink some water.
Alright.
I hope I can do this accent. Please, introduce your idea.
Alright. Hold it, Your Honor. Before we reach a verdict, the defense would like to call Chuck L. Muscle to the stand as a witness.
I mean, like you did last time. Oh, yes, we all remember that. I think we've had enough of this little make-believe talent that you supposedly have. I mean, listen, you're in amongst a family of con artists. You don't have to be embarrassed about it. I know it's something
Objection!
that famous for.
Objection, Your Honor. And hang on, can I say what this can I roll an intimidation on this one, please?
Oh, absolutely. Let's go.
Can I argue advantage because, like, she's already pissed about this and, like, this is such a personal thing to her?
Unfortunately not. Not with this guy. If it
Okay,
was
no
anybody
worries.
else, yes, but not the final boss, bro.
Okay, so this is gonna be, she doesn't have proficiency, so flat charisma. Okay. Oh.
I'll say that this
Alright,
also
please, please,
influences
please.
the audience, who are easier to intimidate.
That is true.
Well,
Come on.
Can anybody help with that role? Like, how would you assist?
I will say also, I looked on Ida's sheet. I can't remember where she got this from, but she does have an inspiration point on here.
You can use it.
I can't.
You can totally
Yeah.
use it.
I was gonna say, it's like the sisters are definitely working together on this thing. Yeah.
Do it! Do it!
Yeah.
Sister
so yeah, I
moment!
Saying,
Okay,
saying
so I
the sister
wanna-
thing,
I wanna-
you get like a spectral aura, is what I'm saying.
Oh, absolutely. So yeah, I'm gonna say that, like, both of the sisters in unison do the dramatic point and shout objection together. And Ida says, yeah. Your Honor, I didn't fail at that, at the ritual because of my own shortcomings. I believe that I failed at that ritual because you were deliberately distracting me.
Like, the whole court just, like, makes that noise and looks at the jester, and he's like, well, you're very quick to point fingers, aren't you, two? How sweet, siblings sticking up for each other. But really, you shouldn't blame your own shortcomings on me. And he's going to roll something. I want you to make a wisdom save.
Alright. And I do get the +4 from Iona's
Yes,
what
the
Iona did earlier,
familial
so I'll add the
boost.
+4 to that one.
Oh, it'll be so
Yeah.
sweet if you pass because of that. Yeah!
Oh!
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yes!
the jester was attempting to cast fear on you. Failed miserably. Wonderful. That's so good. You just, like, blast it aside. Like, you can almost, like, see Jester vision and, like, his spell just gets dispersed by your own righteous fury. And, yeah, he's like, well, that's very interesting. Well, this might be fun.
Can I add one more
anyway."
thing, please?
Sorry, what?
Can I add one more thing, please?
Of course.
I want to add another thing. Okay. Yeah, and Iona will also say, and I will remind the court that you yourself, Your Honor, did approve of the channeling. So, unless you suddenly wish to go back on what you said, and of course you can provide a reason as to why you would be forbidding the channeling all of a sudden. And she's just like, staring you down, like she is like cornering you with this.
Okay. He considers for a moment and says,
Toot corner.
best make it count. I'll say that you get 3 attempts. If you can't bring dear old Chucky Chuckles down here by then, I think it's time we called it a night. Well, it's day.
Is that what you're calling him?
Hmm?
Is that what you're calling him?
Chucky Chuckles? Chucky Butter Chuckles? We used to call him all sorts of things, didn't we, boys? And they're like, yeah, he loved that stuff. He thought it was cute. So, yeah, the jester walks back onto the stairs that lead up to his seat, presses a button, and they take him up escalator style to resume his seat as the judge. And he says, well, go on then. You got 2 more goes. Good luck.
Alright, I think before Ida goes up to the witness stand to attempt this, Iona's gonna kind of like look her in the eyes and say, don't worry, you've got this, and if you need to, don't focus on the crowd, just focus on us over at the stand, alright? We'll be rooting for you.
Yeah, you've got this. I believe in you, Maya and Ida, and I will give you Ida, and I will give you my last bardic inspiration.
Yeah!
Yeah, we love it. Poetic. It's beautiful.
Alright.
I'm also gonna roll hammer space for Scru real quick, which is surprising
Ooh.
since this guy hardly ever uses it. 9. Okay. Before you go up to the stand, Scru is gonna hand Ida a little piece of paper. And go. Can't help but notice that you're probably using the wrong name. Yeah. This one might help you a little bit.
Excuse me, we didn't cover that! God damn it! Oh well. It's out of the bag. It's fine. You've been handed a photograph, and everybody's been saying Chuck L. Muscle, and you assume, as most people do.
Which is what Scru noticed.
Alright. That,
Sorry.
No, it's fine, it's cool. So you have assumed that it is spelled Chuck, as in CHUCKL,
Right.
being an initialism, muscle. What you are given is this picture here.
I can send it real quick.
Yeah, because this is important.
Ooh.
You bastard! I was gonna do 3 goes! You crook!
Sorry.
Son of a bitch! It's fine.
Scru's gonna use the resources available to him.
Yeah, he would.
He's not gonna hesitate.
I was relying on him not knowing that you needed the name! But anyway, fine.
You kept using the... Okay, sorry.
I didn't know you needed it for the channeling. It's fine. The roof is falling down. Actually, I have a proposition to make. However this next scene plays out, it's actually kind of sitting happily at a 2-hour game, and the material we have left is probably enough for another 2-hour game. Would that be okay?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, cool. Anyway,
Yeah,
let's
we're still gonna do the roll though, right?
Let's roll,
Yeah, okay,
baby,
good.
Because the thing is, even
All
with
right.
that +9, the jester still is going to do his mean old thing and give you a -9, but you do have more people supporting you now, so we'll see how this plays
Right.
out. You also have the correct name to summon your spirit.
Alright, and she does have the bardic inspiration as well.
Yep.
Okay. So, and this is a wisdom save, right?
I think it was just a straight wisdom roll. It's not a save. It's just
Straight wisdom, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so straight wisdom. All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll it first, and I'll see how it turns out, and if I need to add the bardic.
Hold on.
Is that a
Sam's
D8,
got
by the
something.
way, or
Sam?
oh, Sam? Yeah.
I was just gonna ask, can you like double up guidance bardic? Like,
Yeah.
is that allowed?
I'm gonna
Yeah,
allow it
she'll absolutely do that.
because it's a finale.
All right.
I will allow it.
Okay. First, I'll see what the roll is, and then I'll add the accoutrements to it, depending on like what I get. So. Okay. So.
Okay. Yeah, that is allowed. Yeah.
Okay. So let's do the roll first. Okay.
God, everybody's so nervous.
Dice spot.
Oh, it's roll.
Dice-
It's roll, not R.
No,
it's
R
supposed to be-
works as well, but
does it?
I
Yeah,
think
no, the dice
Andre's-
spot's being slow.
God damn it, dice bot.
Dice spot, come on, don't leave us in suspense.
Please.
Dice spot, no.
I mean,
Dice spot.
you could just roll a real dice, and I'll do honor system as to believing what you rolled.
Crud, I need to find where my dice are.
Mhm.
Okay, alright, fingers crossed. Oh my god, that is a 19 on the dice.
Yeah.
Woo!
So 19 plus 3, that is a 22.
Yep, that passes. Yep. What happens? What happens? Because this is a success. Please describe what goes on.
Alright. Okay, so what happens, so yeah, I think we have like a similar scene to the first channeling where like there's like the roar of the crowd around her and there's that like sort of like feeling in the back of her head like you can't do this from the jester's influence. But then she takes a deep breath and she looks over at her sister and her best friend over at like watching her over by the defense bench. And she takes a deep breath, calms her mind, and all the sound just goes quiet to her. She can't hear the crowd anymore. It's just her and her connection to the spirit realm. And she clasps her hands with her middle and her pointer fingers pointing up at the sky, and she recites the incantation, and she says, "O spirit of Chuck-El Muscle, slumbering in the twilight realm, return now to the world of the living." And there is a blinding flash of light that like covers her and like lights up the room. And when the light finally dies down,
You witness the changing of a person's shape, which is something that you've been seeing with the jester, but this is somehow entirely distant, and you feel as if there's like a distant roaring sound very far away as her form fills up, and you hear. So that's what it feels like to die in reverse. Oh, boy, reminds me of the time I got stuck in the washing machine. Was it the ethereal plane? Hey, haven't you noticed how it's always the ethereal plane? I can tell you why. That place is so boring. Hey, nice suit. Who does your hair, Frankenstein? Looks like you set on a 1,000-volt battery. Hey, toots, careful standing too close to spikes here with those gazongalungas. Once full set and pop up, you're gonna be back to an A-cup. And hey, speaking of appearances, ain't I a vision? Oh, mama. And Chuck looks down appreciatively and twirls in his new pink ensemble. And congratulations, you have done what until now seemed all too impossible. You have revived the spirit of Chuck, or Chuck-El Muscle, former beloved boss of the Yakuza. And we're gonna keep going next game because I can feel my brain flatlining and I've had enough characters talking today. Yeah.
That's fair.
Alright.
we did it, guys. We got
We
there.
got there. Thank you very much for playing my game. We'll be back next time, and we'll try and make it fairly soon. Yeah, because like it's we're
Definitely,
getting
yeah.
very close. It just feels like wiser for me to quit while I'm ahead, so that I'm full of beans.
Oh, absolutely,
The
yeah.
next time we're doing this.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, it's fair.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyway, you did very well at putting up with all of my but yeah, in my defense, the games fucking do that constantly.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Honestly, the games are way worse about this, so you're doing great.
You got it.
Yeah.
I have a bit more time to practice Chuck's voice, which is supposed to be somewhat reminiscent of Robin Williams, but I really cannot do that voice. I hope I can get the joyous, boyish atmosphere that this beautiful man gave out into the world, because that's what I want to bring to the table with Chuck, who was a bad guy, but he wasn't such a bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's it. Anybody want to say anything before we wrap?
Thanks everyone who came to listen, both in the present and
Yeah!
in the future.
Yay!
Yeah!
Thank you very much.
Thank you
you.
very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Marvelous. I'll do my best to do my best next time. I'm gonna stop recording. Thank you. See you next time. And it will be the final. Okay. And we're back after a lengthy intermission of some weeks, but not too many. So hopefully everything that's happened in this game, which anyone who's listening to it has only just heard it, but we've aged slightly since the last time. I've got a beard now, but that's none of your business.
We're older than we've ever been, and now we're even older, and now we're even older, etc., etc., etc.
And we
I mean,
have.
I'm actually younger, but
Oh, I see. Well, some of us are just gifted, aren't we, Sam? I mean, way to rub in the being immortal, you know? Just hold that one over us. You're too powerful. You're too strong. Stop praying for Sam. She's getting too strong. Anyway, we know all of the players here because y'all introduced yourself in the last game. I'm just going to very quickly summarize that in the last game, we managed to make it to the court in time. The others had been stalling for time for quite a while, and it was just as the sun was starting to rise, so well done. That's very, very good. You've made some call-outs, but not explicitly against the Jester, but he totally knows what you're up to at this point. You, in fact, had him on the witness stand alongside Scam, who verified that the Jester was in his office, which is directly below Chalk's office? Chocula has made an appearance. Chuck's office the whole time. But as the Jester never left his desk, obviously he's completely innocent, and you're just, you're chasing wild geese here. Your goose is having a nervous meltdown the entire time that this is happening. And I have to make a round apology because I went back and listened to the first game, and you did. In fact, amongst the lots of evidence that you brought back, you did bring a vial of chemical that had been held in the paws of a teddy bear, which was in the Jester's office. So you definitely have that. I'm very sorry. I couldn't remember at the time, and I defaulted to no, you don't have that because I'm a grumpy bastard, apparently. I apologize.
You're valid. Mysteries are hard, and evidence gathering is harder.
Yeah, true, but I could have just written that.
Genuinely surprised we were smart enough to bring that.
No! Yes! No, maybe. Anyway, you have Mysterious Chemical X. You also still have, I should remind you, because at any point during these proceedings, you're allowed to try and decode the Jester's notes, which you have from his desk, but they are deeply encrypted. It's a high roll. It's a high roll to decode them. I would suggest, if you keep rolling low, I will accumulate the rolls. So, you'll manage to decode part of it, and eventually you'll have enough information to translate it. Because I'm feeling guilty about it.
What would we have to roll in order to decode it?
Yeah,
I think we handed it over to Scru, because Scru knows about codes and puzzles and stuff like this.
Yeah, Scru is definitely one of the best people in this room, if not the best person to decode this script. Vodlig can help you, but at the moment Vodlig is deeply entrenched,ly eviscerating this robot, trying to access this data that's been blackboxed.
I was gonna ask about that, because we kind of left off on Vodlig for a little bit after the DNA thing, just messing around in the...
Yeah, he's still in there.
Robot's name again?
Literally in the guts of the machine.
Knocks him dead.
Yeah, Knocks him dead is having a bit of brain surgery right now. Seems to be going along with it quite peacefully. In fact, useful having no pain sensors in that regard. But yeah, Vodlig is having a time. I actually did some rolls when we were playing the game to keep checking in on him. He didn't manage to break the DC that's set for that, so that's still happening. Also, the most significant thing that has obviously just happened, you have a new person to interview who has just been summoned. And this is the now slightly corporeal form of Chuck L. Muscle, who is actually Chuck L. Muscle.
Chuck L.
I haven't drawn him correctly. I'm very sorry, but Kit very kindly reminded me that whenever Iona is summoning,
Ida.
It's Ida.
Well, both. It applies to both when either Opal or Ida are summoning someone.
Yeah.
Basically, their body changes to match the person that they're summoning, except for their clothing and their hair.
Mm-hmm.
So Shakel is currently dressed up in Ida's kind of pinkish purplish robes, and he also has a long flowing mane of long dark hair with the pretty pink highlights.
Yeah, by the time the video comes out, I will have edited my art to have that hair because that's just such a look. And yes, he has been successfully summoned from the afterlife into this body, has made an appearance, and he seems to quite like this look. I want you all to make just an all-round perception check right now.
Yippee! I love perception!
We gotta roll some dice in this game, baby. It's D&D.
Did I put points into perception?
Okay, that is a 13 from Iona. I also remind everybody that because Ida is currently channeling Chakel, Iona has now taken over her spot as aid to the defense, legal aid.
Cool. I'm not gonna bother rolling for all my
18
NPCs.
from Scru McCodger.
Nice.
Okay, this works nicely actually. So Iona and Nick, you're both understandably kind of like just looking at Chuck. You're like, oh my god, we did it, yeah. I mean, like, how are you like celebrating this success?
Iona is just so proud of her sister, man. She's so proud.
Yeah.
Griff is also like very it's very good that this worked. And also just like Griffin is also keeping an eye on Chuck. Like with he has the Magatama of parting in this universe, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we decided on that. Yeah.
Okay, so he is like that is ready and waiting if something goes not good because he wants to ensure that nothing happens that Ida would not be okay with.
Well, right now, nothing bad seems to be happening at all. In fact, it's lovely. Like, the atmosphere in here just shut up. It's like, everyone was kind of pissed off and grumpy and sleepy and wanted to go home, and now people are openly weeping. There are, like, big, burly, scarred, bruised Yakuza thugs hugging each other, weeping to see their most beloved former Yakuza boss, and there's just like this sort of like this like a tidal wave of noise, and they're just like so happy. Some people are already like vaulting out of the seats to shake hands with Chuck, and like you're kind of feeling bad for Ida because like she's gonna feel that the next time. Like, ooh, they've got some strong hand grips there. However, there's someone amongst you who's a little more like calm and collected and taking in the bigger picture. Scru, with your 18, you're not just looking at the hullabaloo that has resulted, but the man in the chair who gave you another chance to summon this person, thinking that there was no possible way that could happen, and the expression on the Jester's face is sour. It's like, this was not supposed to happen, and it's not so much the fact that it was not supposed to happen that seems to be upsetting this man, it's the fact that this man has returned. There is a sort of shadow over his eyes, that sort of anime shadow that people get when they're like, you see someone that you're just like, well... Fancy seeing
the Jester's turned Ghiblian.
He has turned a bit Ghiblian, like in his ever rotating cast of portrayals of his own physique. He shakes it off and gets back to his 2D self, and he's like, "Oh, Chuck, it's so good to see you again." And Chuck is like, "Oh my god, I mean, whoa. What does it feel like to be in the big chair? My guy finally got an upgrade! All those years of doing my paperwork and you finally got up there. Oh, I'm so proud of you, J-boy!" And just, brushes off all the compliments and seems to be immediately back to his suave, completely unaffected Sylph, who doesn't mind a bit that Chuck has reappeared, but Screw, you totally see through all that.
Oh yeah, Screw knows.
100%.
Screw knows. Me clenching my fist. What, Screw, why do you not have the message cantrip? Why do you not have any cantrips? Why did I build you this way?
Temptation to have Delta using cantrips to say that because he has message.
Why didn't you have a message, Uncle?
That is great.
It's such a good cantrip. Anyway, so yeah, now the floor is yours. What would you like to do now? Because you guys did this.
Well, if you want, I think Iona would probably like briefly kind of like let Chuck know, like get him up to speed on like what's going on. But well, thank you for being here, Mr. Muscle. Just to get you up to speed, my sister is currently channeling your spirit through her body so that you can be here to, well, give testimony on your own murder.
Whoa, there's a sentence you don't hear already doing. So wait. You mean you guys, you're lawyers?
That's correct.
Like a defense lawyer. And you defended that guy?
That is correct, yes. That is our client.
The blonde one with the beak and the green?
Yep.
You mean the guy that killed me?
Oh my gosh.
That's yet to be proven.
Oof, boy, well, I hate to tell you this, kiddo, but I'm starting to understand how your hair is always standing up on end like that, taking on a kiss like this. Ooh, I'm,
Lots of hair gel, mainly.
Yeah, Chuck is just, like, gesturing from Delta to, like, the audience, and they're like, boo! Oh my god, you did it, you bastard! And, like, the love for their boss has immediately turned to rage, because they already know that this ghost was totally guilty, but now they literally have the man who died saying that he did it. Like, that's cast iron as far as everyone's concerned. Like, this is case closed. And indeed, the jester is banging on his squeaky gavel. I can't find the sound effect, but please imagine it, or the air horn in this case, because it's got kind of rowdy. And you hear the ever sweet intonation of
It appears that my role here is now superfluous. If your honor would be kind enough to render your verdict permanently, I think it is
Objection.
time to end.
I mean, yeah, the jester
Your Honor.
just looks at you and your giant speech bubble that says objection.
Your Honor, it would be premature to render a verdict at this point. Chuck L. Muscle seems to believe he was murdered by my client Deltasong Danger. However, before we hear his full testimony, we will not be able to ascertain whether his understanding of the situation is complete and accurate. I ask that you allow us to have a cross-examination.
Griff, you want to roll me some deck save real quick? Like right now?
This is what I think it is. I don't think Iona has to roll because she's a hologram.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Screw, you'd better actually Delta dead ass better roll for his life right now. Quite literally, probably.
Dex save, you say.
So
Dex
good
save.
at deck saves today.
Oh, he's doing okay, actually. The boy's got flips. Alright.
Nice.
A 20, an 18, and an 18. An impressive performance of acrobats fills the circus tent, and indeed the orchestra, that is Mr. M on the organ, starts, like perfectly acceptable, like circus music to accompany the tumblers as this incoming hailstorm of rotten fruit and a couple of knives sails through the air towards you all. Like some of them splat, some of them goes twang, and there's at least one cartoon bomb that went off on the other side of your desk. They just missed straight up.
You've never seen this old duck move so fast.
Absolutely. Everyone's kind of like impressed, but they're very upset that they didn't get to splat you, because how dare you? How dare you doubt the voice of their beloved past boss? Like, you're just like, saying, oh, this man doesn't know what he's talking about. Like, excuse me, he's the guy who got killed. And like, yeah, so you're getting like a tirade from the audience. And it's in fact...
While the prosecution is loath to accept this argument, legally speaking, in terms of the rules,
And the book of rules, the rules, is opened up at a midway point. So, you've got this huge stack of pages, and it sort of turns into a rainbow
rules.
arc, because he, opens it halfway through.
you are legally obliged to proceed with the cross-examination.
And the jester looks thrilled about this in a sort of strained way. Yeah, and the twitch under his eye is starting to get a little bit more obvious now. Well, I suppose it's just so nice to see our old friend. We might as well let him do some talking before we do the, everything that I promised that would happen to you. And Delta's just sort of like, I'm just gonna be here, underneath the desk. He starts playing with one of the knives that just lodged partway through it. It's like twing, 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 twing. Well, I guess you can ask me questions, or I can tell you what happened, but I don't feel like we're gonna be here very long.
I do have some questions, but why don't we start with, why don't you tell us what you remember of the night of the incident for a starting place?
Dun dun! Get the text. Chuck's testimony. What's the subtitle? Yep, it's me. You're probably wondering how I got here. That'll do. Yeah, he's still getting used to this body and the hair, so he keeps giving this luxurious long hair a bit of a flick. He's like, well, I don't know how I can keep this body any longer than I need to, but I kind of really want to. I never grew my hair out, but I think I look pretty good in this, don't I, guys? Everyone's like, yeah, you look great. Looking good, boss. Thanks, Larry. I knew you'd be there for me. Okay, so how long have I been dead? 3 years? Ooh, time flies when you're 6 feet under. All right, so to begin at the beginning. Okay, so one day I'm minding my own business, running my casino, which is so bent it could imitate a paperclip. When Chilsa Big Hairs walks in, skins me alive at my own casino. The knife. Delta.
What?
Delta is shrinking again. He just sort of whispers to you, his beloved uncle, as so I may have won some money at a casino and I didn't know who owned it. Sorry, forgot to mention that.
There's just a face palm.
Oh yeah, so what do I do?
That's all Screw has in response to that.
Well, naturally, so what do? I congratulate the man and invite him over for a cozy chat. A couple of biscuits and a cup of tea. So, next day, we meet at my place. We go upstairs, chew the breeze. I like to light a candle for a romantic atmosphere, And then I give him an offer he can't refuse. And what do you know? He goes and refuses it. And for the first time, Chuck looks a little bit skeeved. I admit I might have lost my temper at that point.
Hold it. Mr. Muscle.
That's me?
Can you confirm for me the color of the candle that you lit on this incident, on the day of the incident?
What are you, a man of aesthetics? What was it that day? Oh, I don't know. What day was it? It was Thursday. Oh, it was Thursday. Okay, it was a red candle. I'm pretty sure it was a red one. Yeah.
Do you suppose that this red wax that was recovered at the scene, found on the hand of the accused and in other places, is from that candle?
Oh, sure, it could be. When I lose my temper, I tend to get a little bit, active. I might have, knocked it over or something, I guess.
Can we add that to, the testimony, that he might have knocked over the candle?
Yeah, if you feel that is relevant, you can write that down. You've got anything that he says that you want to keep, you do that. I've got too many voices to run to type things out for you, but please feel free. And again, if you want me to repeat anything I've said, do ask me. I'll do the best to my ability of remembering, because a lot of this I'm going scriptless, because at this point y'all just gotta put it together.
Fair enough.
Anyway,
I'm just sitting here
sorry.
like, cause there's like one clue that's been bugging me like this whole time, which is like the little pieces of string that were on the ceiling of the room.
Mhm.
And I don't know what
Yeah.
those are about. I'm thinking
Yeah,
about it. I don't know what the hell those are.
Yeah, my current theory is that it's like some kind of like magician string, like, you know, the kind that like burns away.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out
But
like
they-
how exactly it factors into it.
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll find out, I suppose. But right now, let's keep listening.
You gotta ask questions as well as let me talk. So I'm just here.
I can't think
I
of
do have
it.
something actually. Yeah. Mr. Muscle, according to the court record, it was said that you during the incident that you swung off of something that was attached to the ceiling when you were bouncing around the room. Do you know specifically what you might have been hanging off of at the time?
Oh, when you listen to these guys as if they know me. You guys know what I was swinging off of, don't you? And everyone's like, yeah, we know what you were swinging off of. And one guy's like, I don't. Well, you're gonna find out. Well, you see, I got my methods to be more persuasive, you know, so I put the frighteners on this schmuck real good with my old super monkey ball bowling technique.
And
Could you
could you describe this technique for us in a bit more detail?
Well, seeing as I'm here, how about I give you a demonstration? Chuck proceeds to curl himself up into a ball, tunishly springing into a near-perfect orb shape and begins to bounce and roll around the courtroom. And at first it's just pretty funny, because it's just like, what the fuck is this? This is some shenanigans. And there's all the circus equipment that they were making Delta run around on. So he goes into the cannon and gets fired across the room, and he goes on the seesaw, and he bounces off that and like fires an anvil, and it lands on the other end. He goes up in the air, and everyone's like, yeah, look, hey, the buzz is back, it's great. But Chucky's a big guy, and as the speed and the impacts increase, the crowd goes ape, as the former boss demonstrates just how powerful this technique is. I advise you all to roll dex or to cast a spell or do something.
Yeah, no, I was about to say, Screw's ready to brace himself.
This is gonna hurt if you don't get out of the way. You can do whatever you like to get out of the way, but get out of the way.
Actually, can Screw use the defense table to like make a ramp that protects
Absolutely.
them?
Give me strength to tip over the desk. Like, depending on how this goes, like, everybody might be safe, so let's see.
Uh-oh. But you said strength.
Yeah, I did say strength.
Nah.
Oh no!
Okay, let's see if I can
Can
damage
Griff give like a help action on that?
I was gonna say,
Well,
because
I mean,
someone
Griff
else is
isn't-
here. 24. Alright, so Screw, you'd start and you're like, oh god, my back. Oh no, my lumbago. And then you like sort of get a sort of and like the desk just tips effortlessly and you're like, oh, well, I'm pretty good at this actually. And then you look down to your right and this tiny stuffed toy, this fucking engineer stuffed toy has just lifted the desk exactly how you wanted to do it and isn't saying anything, but like, I don't know how your dignity's feeling after that.
I was gonna ask.
Oh, it's
just how
bruised.
smug does this toy look?
Oh, the dignity is bruised.
Yeah, the toy looks a little bit smug, but right now it's like the job is the job, so... Chuck goes rampaging up over the ramp and lands in the stands, scattering all of his former minions with the appropriate bowling pin strike sound effect, and like, you know, several of them just fall over, like, because it's the gag, you know, you have to like stand up straight with your arms pinned to your side to go. So everyone's just like, this is the best day ever. Our boss is like, yes, we missed you so much. So they're not even mad about it. Like, even the guy who got landed on is like, hey, good one.
Meanwhile, speaking of bruises, I think throughout this entire thing, Iona just keeps like wincing over and over, like,
Yeah.
oh gosh,
Griffin too.
Ida's gonna be feeling that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So yeah, you've had a pretty good demonstration of how damaging he can be, and like that was just one major impact. So yeah, he bounces back up out of sphere form. He's like, "Oh, not my finest. Tent's got no walls to bounce off. Normally I get more of a wind-up swinging off my chandelier, but you get the idea. It suddenly makes an impression on people."
Chandelier, you say?
Chandelier, I say. Did they even go into my study? Oh wait, the tower fell down, right?
We did go into your study, sir. And we did not, in fact, see a chandelier.
Yeah, you did.
Did?
You did.
Did?
You never investigated the chandelier. It was in the photograph I showed you.
God damn it.
Okay.
That I am sure
Yeah.
of, because I went back and listened, and I was like, they didn't touch the chandelier. Damn. All right. Well, so yeah, that's a big ol' 0. You know there was a chandelier though. Sorry, I should have put it on the map actually. To be fair, because I can give you the overhead map, which is definitely something that I gave you. There it is. But because it's in the middle of the ceiling, I didn't put it on the floor, so that's my bad.
Sure.
But it is in the
Alas.
room. You definitely saw it. It
Okay.
gave this very classy atmosphere, this very Rococo type office, and this fancy
That's
furniture.
right, yeah.
So yeah, that is or was in there for sure. My apologies. You didn't investigate it. It's not absolutely essential that you did, so don't panic. Don't panic. But yeah, that's something that you missed in terms of like a physical thing that you could have investigated. Oops.
Alright.
Alright.
See?
Might as well say like Chuck's Super Monkey Ball bowling routine is added to the evidence. You know, just like his specialist attack.
His specialist attack.
Yeah. Actually, here's my question. Were there any like big craters, like noticeable craters and like big dents in the office? Because I know the whole place was like wrecked to heck and back.
What do
Well,
you
confirm
think? My
this.
office is a storehouse? We got one of those downstairs. No, my place is classy. You know, classy. And he does the sort of like as if he has braces on, suspenders in American, but he's like got this robe on instead, so it doesn't really stretch. And he's kind of like, oh, that's not as fun actually. I kind of miss my old fit. Do you get this in pinstripes? This isn't really my character design.
Not typically, but I suppose you could get a custom-made one.
I might just do that. Hey, Taylor, you taking notes? And Taylor is just like, thumbs up. Yeah, she's in here. I don't know why. Okay. So, we were doing... da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, okay. He's like, described the monkey ball routine. Anyways, I'm about to swing off my handy chandelier to give this goose one big ol' goose egg to think over when bam, blam, I wound up sitting on a cloud and he was the last thing I saw, so pretty sure he's what done it. And where is my accent going? I guess it's this now. Alright.
Hold it. So, a couple things. First of all, you didn't see Delta do anything that could have led to your death?
I sure am sort of screaming and running away, but most people do that. But, hey, you can't trust those sorceresses, not an inch.
Objection. Mr. Muscle, your anti-magic field was on at the time of the incident. He couldn't have cast a spell if he wanted to.
Oh, well, I figured, huh? And he looks kind of surprised, because, like, really, Chuck had supposed that Delta had used some desperate last act of magic to blow him to smithereens. And you hit...
If the defense has quite recovered from their short-term memory loss, you may recall that the prosecution originally asserted that Deltasong is blessed by the goddess of luck, and that it is probably via divine influence that our dear departed boss was departed.
Right, of course. My second question is, Mr. Muscle, at any point during or prior to the incident, Do you recall sending a message to your subordinate at the time, the Jester?
A message? What, you mean like down the chute? No, I don't think I sent anything. I was kind of busy, you know.
That's very interesting. The Jester has claimed that you did in fact send such a message, and it contains some sort of joke or something.
Oh, is that so? Hey, Jay, is this true? And the Jester just shrugs and says, well, I received something. I assumed it was from you. Maybe you tried to send something the previous day and it got stuck. You know how those pipes are. And Jay says, oh, yeah, they do get clogged up sometimes. Especially when they're rattling about in there like a cannibal.
The pipes also are interesting. The Jester posited that a alteration made to the pipes may have been your doing. Can you confirm that? We noticed at the time that instead of connecting to your pneumatic tube, the Jester's pneumatic tube system connected to your drainage system.
Well, do you bend that? What is that about? Anyway, what do I look like? Have I got an Italian accent? Do I got a red cap? Do I got a mustache? No, I ain't no plumber. I don't know anything about what is up with those pipes. But, you know, it's a cartoon type of a tower. Sometimes maybe it just decided to do it for its own amusement.
That seems, like, I found the added piece in question. It seems like it had been welded into place with, you know, intent, but...
Well then, I don't know who well did it. And everybody starts laughing, even though it was a terrible joke. They're just like, we're just so glad to see you again, boss. Like, basically, both the Jester and Chuck are claiming ignorance as to who did that. And you can't prove that either of them did it, so it's kind of like a, huh? That piece of equipment was altered by someone at some point, but there is no particular way to tell who.
Understood.
Anyway, I'm just gonna repeat the last thing I said just in case you missed something that I said, because you know sometimes you might miss something that I said. I'm gonna say that I was about to swing off the chandelier to give the goose the big one, and then wham, blam, I end up sitting on a cloud. Those two bangs. Ooh, kinda hit that forever. And anyway, I wasn't sitting on a cloud for long, because you see there was a mistake at the gates, and then they had to sort out the files and send me down to the other place, but then there was this big reshuffle they did in admin, and well, anyways, the short and long of it is, he's the one that did it, Your Honor, guilty, I say guilty, and he starts banging on the desk, and everyone's like, yeah,
Okay.
get it.
Hold on.
Hold it, yeah, go ahead.
Oh gosh, hang on. No, I'm trying to... sorry, I'm so anxious.
Don't worry about it, I'm trying to make you anxious, and I feel bad about it, but it's also like, what would happen?
I know, it's...
Breathe.
Mr. Muscle,
You could call me
You
Chuck.
said that
Mr.
you
Muscle
were-
sounds like I'm a cleaning product.
witness, you said that you were on the chandelier when your death occurred. And that's interesting. The remains believed to be your corpse were found not quite at the center of the room, closer to the speaking tube and on the ground. Does that strike you as odd?
Well, I don't know exactly what happened. I can take you through the very, very last moments, but it was all kind of a blur. I don't know how good it'll be.
That would be appreciated.
Okie dokie. Just because I don't want to roll on without giving Screw an opportunity, did you want to roll to try and decode that, the evidence just like now, or do you want to like do it between stuff? Because like...
Yeah.
I don't want you to forget. I feel bad because like we could have done that at the start.
No, it's all good. I was thinking that maybe like instead of like being a question hounder like the other folks are doing, I think Screw's maybe stepping back and doing like reading through the notes and maybe helping Ludwig with Noxum's brain.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm gonna roll investigation for the notes first.
Yep, that works.
Boop.
18 is
18.
pretty damn good. Okay, for that, I will say you've cracked basically half of it. And there's like, it kind of gives it away just the format of like how few symbols they are and where they're laid out in the space of the page. And indeed, would just sort of whisper to you to like confirm your suspicions that part of it is sort of what do you call it when in chemistry you write down how to make something? A formula.
Formula, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, word fart brain died on the instant that I needed it to come up with a sophisticated piece of language. Ain't it typical?
Boy, I feel that.
Words hard, man.
However, like, what it is, you have no fucking idea. Like, you kind of know what's gone into it, maybe, but again, like, you're still picking away at, like, what words actually mean. You know that this is a chemical formula for something. Just because I'm being extra nice to you today, I would like you to roll Arcana, just to see if you can, like, guess anything to do with this formula.
Oh, Arcana, it's not as good, but okay.
I'll give you advantage, because Budlik is curious now and would help.
Thank you.
Hey.
22 is fine. Yeah, 22 is fine.
No.
Definitely, you just like, you've done business with chemicals, you know, like, and in this world, magic is like a huge export. Import and export. It's a business angle, you know? So even if you aren't a magical using creature, you do understand basically what a potion's formula looks like. This is definitely some sort of magical doohickey potion. Again, you don't know what it's for, but that's what this is. It's a potion that has some sort of magical effect.
It turns out this is a formula for a potion that makes you explode.
Well,
that would be so funny.
You do have a sample of it. What you do with it is up to you. However, we're gonna get back to what's happening because Chuck has sort of rearranged his beautiful hair. He's actually started to put it into pigtails. He's like, is this funnier? No, I think it was cute before. Anyway, okay. So, bang bang, he shot me down. So I'm waiting up to take my shot. I grab the chandelier and blam! First bang. Everything turns black. Couldn't see a thing.
Everything
Anyway.
turned black.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I just kinda couldn't see nothing after that, and I figured time must have slowed down or something, or felt slowed down. Cause next thing, I'm spinning head over heels, feeling real funny and not in my usual gorgeous gigglesome manner. Anyway, what a palooka I felt squaring up with a wizard unprotected. Or maybe it was the goddess. Now you saying that, I'm like, well, I was doomed to begin with. Hey, the last thing I remember was thinking, oh no, I must have gone and left the magical force field off, and then bang! Hoo-wee, what a whopper that was, and that was it. Lights out for poor old Jerry Chuck.
Okay, that's interesting. So he's saying that like everything went black, and there was like kind of a moment when he was like went spinning, and then he died. Interesting.
So there was 2 separate discharges, each having a different effect. One to blind and one to, well.
The discharge. Oh, get how fancy you are, Scru. Hey, do you remember when we met at the party and we was dressed as each other? Hey, wasn't that something?
It certainly was a good time, I will admit.
You can cut a jig. I didn't know that you could dance like that. That was really funny. I nearly went Scottish then. It's almost like I talk like this more. And the engineer just looks sulky. He's like, alright, enough with the impressions. Oh yeah, we got some pictures of you and all. Hey, Big Lou. Yeah, boys. Hey, do you still got that photo album? Oh yeah, boys, I got those. And Big Lou, who is like Chuck's biggest fan, he's been crying constantly since this guy reappeared. And
Is that the gorilla actually?
Yeah, he's the big gorilla that let you in. And he reaches into his hammer space, which is like a tiny handkerchief pocket, you know, on like the coat. And like this huge album of photographs is pulled out of it. He thumbs to a particular page. I'm gonna put up the one that Scru conjured, because like obviously Chuck kept a copy of all of these for purposes, which are like definitely not blackmail. And another familiar face shows up in one of these photographs.
Oh my god.
Oh, dang.
I do recommend you click that open because Discord has cropped it to buggery, but the engineer just like puts his face in his head and is like, oh, you still got that.
Yeah, that is an interesting picture. Particularly, all that stuff that's along the wall there. I'm off to the left of the picture.
Oh, you mean my pinatas? Yeah, I love my pinatas. Don't you got another one of those, Lou? And Lou is like, yeah, it's a really old one. Like, he's thumbing through desperately, like, my favorite person in the whole world is back in life and, like, asking me to do stuff. This is the best day of my life. And this is right back at the beginning of the album. This looks like one of the first photographs in here, and you get this photograph, which I'm gonna be assassinated for.
Oh, dang.
Chuck had some pretty high up friends. King Altway.
Sorry, these are so good. Give me a second. I need to get water.
So the string, it was for the pinatas.
It was for the one Wait, did something happen to my pinatas? Did I smash the pinatas? Like, Chuck looks really upset.
Not quite. See, we found a bunch of strings that were hanging from the ceiling of your office, and for the longest time we've been wondering what exactly those were.
But there were no pinatas in my office.
No. However, Mr. Russell,
and he's just like crying. He's so upset. And like Bigler's like, oh no, boss. And everyone's like, no, boss. And you know, through sobs, Chuck describes the fact that these pinatas were all souvenirs from important occasions, where you got like had a good time, and he liked to have them around the office, and it also kept him sharp because it meant, like he could bounce around the office and not break the thing that was supposed to be broken, but break all of the things that are not supposed to be broken. Like, it was kind of a gag in itself. Like, the only things that weren't shattered to pieces in the end were the pinatas.
So, just to confirm, at the time of the incident, were the pinatas still hanging from the ceiling in your office?
We might be about to find out! And Woodleg has succeeded in extracting some data from Noxum's brain. Hallelujah! I've been rolling a dice over this for like fucking hours.
Yeah.
And the professor falls over backwards out of exhaustion. He's just like, I did it, I finally did it. So yeah, you have two options. You can like keep cross-examining Chuck about what he last remembered, like the two bangs and the lights going out or something, or you can go straight on to this new data that's just been acquired.
You should go for the new data. This feels important.
Okay, we can always return to this testimony if you need to remember. Sorry, I just got excited because I finally rolled a 20 and I'm like, oh fuck, I got
That's valid.
You wouldn't believe like it would take him this long, but like it's fucking smart. Like the plus I had to get this roll is like +8. I kept failing. I was like, are you kidding me? Come on.
That's how I've been feeling about my freaking +10s and +11s getting like dunkers still.
Oh boy! I mean,
is
you're
a whole
doing pretty
game.
good. Like you got like halfway through the jester's notes, which
code.
Is pretty fucking tough. So good job with that. Okay, now I have to figure out how to do this. Okay, so Noxum is a robot. Y'all have to remember this, and it is made startlingly clear as a projection begins to whir out of his eye, his single eye, and it's projected on the wall of this tent. So it's a little bit a little bit marred by the stripes. It's not an ideal projection system. Engineer has something to say about
Can I
that.
roll hammer space real fast?
Oh, sure, absolutely. If we got something better in there, please.
I got a gag, I thought of. If
Please.
Screw can do it. Oh,
Make
please,
with the
Screw.
bits. I do adore the bits.
Okay.
Yep.
Screw walks off screen. Screw walks back on screen with a projection screen. Like, you know, the ones.
Oh,
Like, it's
now
on
you
like a set of wheels, and like he pulls it down.
Oh, now you like movies. Oh, very nice. Like, engineer's just like crossed arms sits grunting. Okay, you hang up the projection screen and everyone's like, you know, huddling around with their popcorn and like, they've already got everything that they could want for a movie because they're at the circus. It's great. Yeah, Jester is looking a little bit tetchy because no one is supposed to be able to, you know, undo his brilliant machines. You know, what's that video game where the more in danger, more wanted you are, like the rating goes up? Is that like a...
GTA.
GTA, like Vodling has just gained another star for that shit. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. I'm just gonna take a sip of water real quick. Actually, how y'all doing? Are you comfortable? Are you okay?
I'm good to keep going.
I've got
We're
my
approaching
water.
the hour, though.
Fine, fine.
We're approaching the hour if you need to take a break, Mod.
No, let's do this first, and then we can like take a break. So this projection starts up, and you can immediately tell that it's not great quality. Like this is from 3 years ago, and it's quite apparent that it's a very low frame rate. You know, like how sometimes a security camera like goes off once in a while. You know, it's not like a constant running piece of footage. The other thing
More
is
like a slideshow rather than
a little
stream
bit
of
like
video.
it's like, you know, if you were playing this as a video game, you'd be like, what is this? It's the lag.
the leg.
The lag.
The lag.
The other thing is it keeps turning. So this robot's head must have been swiveling constantly from right to left.
Oh god,
Right.
is Griffin getting flashbacks
To
to
left.
that one bit?
Yeah, baby. Trust me, if I could have, I would have made the video with that effect, but I couldn't figure out how to fucking do it in time. I'm sorry. But the point is, like, every time the head swivels to the right, you get an image, and you see this happens first. So you basically see Chuck being a little bit put out by this smug-looking goose in the forefront, yep, there's your beautiful chandelier. And then the camera pans away to the left. It's like achingly slow. You're like, oh my god, please get back to what's relevant, and it does. And the next scene is a little bit, okay. So. You kind of see a little bit of Chuck unwinding from a ball into this sort of pouncing off the desk thing. And even though, like, Delta's in the foreground, you can tell that the scale difference is immense. Like, if this guy had landed on him, good night. And then it turns to the left, and then it goes back, and it's very hard to see. There's basically no footage for a minute, and you're like, well... It's already bad, maybe that scene is just missing, but nothing seems to show up. And then you see a flash of lightning. You see a flash of lightning. Anyway, continues panning to the left, and by the time it comes back to the right, you see this.
Interesting.
At which point Chuck says, hey, that's me! Oh, that's me.
And I also noticed the candle is out at this point, and the piñata is gone.
I broke the pinata.
Yeah.
I can't believe I gone and done that.
possible pinata was
Someone pass me a
filled with
tissue.
some sort
Don't
of-
give me a box. I need more. It's just.
Mod, just a quick question for me to ask if this is like a detail I'm noticing or just part of the art style. There's like a little like gray thing coming in the second image near the bottom of the desk. is that something, or is that just like how it's?
Not even sure what you're talking about. It's probably.
Well, I think that's because like in the image after, that's where Delta's hand is. I think that might just be.
Oh, yeah,
art
that's
style
me.
thing.
That's me forgetting to turn off a layer.
That's you.
Right.
Okay,
Okay.
That's
good.
you.
Gotcha.
That's the ghost of Delta yet to come. Sorry about that. There's plenty of other things to look at, though, so I feel like this is a really good time to take a break. We'll take 5 minutes. Y'all can look at this stuff and talk about it if you want to, and then we'll get right back to it. Yeah, not shown is sort of the blacked out scene and the flash of lightning. I just assume that your imaginations can do that better justice than my art. I forgot to draw it. I forgot to draw it. That's what happened.
That's so valid. I love you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm gonna mute and come back when I have stretched myself. Thank you very much. Yay.
Okay, so first things first, there's definitely something inside the pinata, right?
Oh, for
Oh
sure.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That like I assume like some sort of black powder that covers.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Second thing,
Maybe,
not
something.
only is the candle out, it has like become much smaller near time.
And it's not the stand itself is not knocked over. It's just the candle is all the way burned down. So that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. The candle's all the way burned down. It
Oh,
somehow
actually-
got on Delta's hand.
Okay, no, now that I look at it, like the from the first to the second and the second to the third, it is sort of a consistent amount of burning of that candle, which is very
Yeah, 'cause
fast.
it's like gradually going down. But yeah, it is if it burns all because it was about at half, and then it goes all the way down to like the nub of the
Yeah.
candle and burned out.
Yeah, that's way too fast for a normal candle, yeah?
Yeah, like in the first
Yeah.
image, it's like full. Second, it's like half. It's then third, it's like
Burnt out.
I mean, there was
Yeah.
time passing in between like each turn of the head, so but that is still pretty fast.
It's not enough time. There's a new string in the third image to the chandelier.
Oh, really? Oh, there is.
Yeah, on the far right. Yeah, that's interesting.
Oh! Bark, 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 bark. Clues, hints, speculations. Oh man,
Out of
but
the
also
room,
freaking
I don't know.
all of the realistic furniture
Yeah.
and the freaking the giznep. Freaking Mod posting that picture of Chuck and giznep
King.
made me laugh so hard I had to stop for a little bit.
Same.
Just the crowd and the photo and the back.
God.
It's
Actually,
so
now that I
good.
look at it, now that I look at it more, I think it's some sort of liquid that Chuck has been covered with because it looks a little drippy.
Yeah, it looks kind of goopy almost. Or that could
Yeah.
also be his fur though.
It could just
No,
be
because he's wearing a
the
suit.
destroyed.
So,
It could be the
That is
destroyed
true.
remains of his suit.
That's true. Yeah.
I keep trying to take this seriously, but the alt-wake is snap.
We have fun here.
Y'all
he's
good?
got like a goose on his desk. That's funny.
Oh yeah, there's like a pair of geese on the desk. I didn't even
Oh, you noticed! I'm really glad you noticed. I spent ages finding the right furniture and I was like, that desk has to be it. It's all public domain. It's all safe.
Mod, please know that I've been laughing at the photoshopped alt-wake giznep for like 20 minutes.
I mean, it had to be Altway. I was like, who else is a prominent figure of society who would somehow end up in a party with this guy? Oh, it's gotta be.
It's so funny. It's so funny.
I passed
Just
it by
the
uni.
crowd
I was like, is
and
this
the
good?
obviously photoshopped arm and the
Thank you.
Ooh, the
I
chandelier's
really
lowered between the first and second images. Look, you can tell because it's
Sam
like on the
gets a
dresser. It is.
cookie. I didn't know if anybody would notice that. Good job, girl.
Yeah.
Oh, it
And the
did!
extra
It
string.
lowered!
Yeah,
Oh shit!
we
And
I
the
lowered
lowered
extra
it.
it.
string in
Hang on, let me check the
image.
third one.
Ooh.
Hang on,
I
let me
lowered
compare
it
to
too
the third one.
soon. It's supposed to be lowered in the last one and not the second one. Never mind.
Hi, Captain.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Oh,
either
okay.
way, the fact that it was lowered.
Yeah, it did.
We
Okay,
also
so-
noticed
lower.
during the break that at the top right corner there looks like to be an extra string up there.
Yeah,
What could it be?
yeah. Also, the candle is burning at an alarming rate. Is another thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that candle burns so fast.
You could almost say it's.
But then again, we
peculiar.
don't know how much time has passed in between each left and right turn.
That's true. It's very hard to tell, especially with this sort of juddering frame rate. It's not good quality footage. Like the engineer is wincing. It's just like, oh, what kind of camera is this? He's gonna be no help because, like, technically he's just so affronted by this. It's like,
The engineer is
I
just like,
did
this
also
is
know-
not. This is not film. This is raw.
this is psychological
Who
torture.
designed this?
Shot composition is just dreadful.
Anyway, how are we doing? Like, do y'all need a snack? Does anybody else need to go for a stretch?
I'm good.
I'm good
I
right
got
now,
the
yeah.
giggles. I've got the giggles so bad from these images.
I'm glad. I'm very happy because I mean,
so good.
it is to laugh. Chuck was a funny guy, even in his posthumous form. He's still making people giggle. Yeah.
That extra string. Do we think that could be whatever was in the speaking tube that left the ash residue?
Ooh, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, what's the room? What's the orientation? Go.
Hang on, scroll up.
Yeah, I mean, I can
Scroll
post
up,
it.
scroll up.
I can post it again if that like helps you. Actually, I'll just drop it down here.
Okay, and
It's
I
not
don't know
too
that
far
it could
back,
be
but yeah.
speaking tube because that would be
Yeah, ST
in front of the
speaking
dresser.
tube. Yeah.
Oh no, it wouldn't be. It'd be behind the dresser, so it could be. It could be.
Actually, the screen
Okay,
goes
so-
way too far forwards in my drawing. God damn, I really should
Yeah.
have fixed all of this.
There is a screen between like where the drain is located and like that's where
Yeah,
that
my
string
bad.
is.
That,
So
that,
it
that
could.
screen is not supposed to be this big. However, there is something of a sort of a spot the difference going on here that you might be able to figure out.
No, I see it. There's like a dark shape behind Delta in the first two images, but then it's gone in the third one.
No. Well, oh, yeah, that is something. Like, that's definitely part of the spot the difference. Forgive me, I was thinking of a different part of the spot the difference.
There's a chair that wasn't there before.
Oh, the rising thing. The thing that behind. Oh no, it's not. It's not. Yeah. It's just the delta got lower. It didn't go higher. That's I think that's just probably just one of the other pinatas, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
Well, there's no string connecting to it though.
Yeah.
Something? Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
even the string
there.
connecting to the one we can see up close is pretty faint. I think it could just be that we can't see the string there. But I could be wrong.
I'm gonna give you that one because it's not terribly clear, and I have made mistakes in these due to getting confused about what layer things are. The string is a thing, and it is not in the previous two. It's not visible in the previous two, at least. It's not. Yeah, it's like more apparent, very much more apparent in that last one.
Oh wait, hang on. Oh, hang on. I'm looking at the Chuck silhouette. Do you guys see like the four little marks that kind of look like strings that are connected to him? Just above him?
I can kind of
Oh.
see, yeah.
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah, it's really
like-
faint. Like, yeah, I can see them. And look at his arm on the right. Like, there's the bit that kind of like perks up, like on the arm, like a little mound almost.
Bro, did this man get puppet stringed? Oh no. Oh no.
guys
How would that have
keep looking very
happened?
carefully, but if you need a hint coin at any point, do let me know. And also remember, we have the option of decoding Jester's notes if you're getting stuck on these, but it's like, this is happening in real time, so people are very excited to talk about these.
Can I make another roll for that, for the, code
Yeah, sure.
thingy?
Give me another whatever you want. Like, I think you did investigation. That works fine.
Investigation, let's go! 15, that's worse! No!
Yeah, that's not quite high enough to give you the rest of it. So you're still cudgeling your brains over there, this is fine. This is fine.
Yeah, I'm also kind of interested in like the pose that Chuck is like having his arms like up and bouncing on one foot like that. Because you'd think like if there was some kind of explosion, it'd like knock him over, but
Well, he very shortly hereafter does collapse into a pile of ash. It
is
is
true.
like, this is the moment before the collapse. In fact, I feel like you could just after this moment, it collapses into a pile of ash. And that's the last piece of footage. Like, it appears that something drastic happens at this point, and you can't see anything else.
presumably the entire building coming down.
Yeah, presumably that.
Do we think it's at all possible that that Chuck was covered in wax? Like, do you think that could be what
By
is
the
on
way,
him?
you can do all of this in character if you want to. You can just like keep doing it as an aside. But if you want Nick to be like, do you think he was covered in wax? Like, please do.
Also, wait. Delta's on the other side of the desk from where he is from where his handprint is.
Yeah.
Who's a clever girl?
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that. Oh!
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have a flipped image. For some reason, everything that's happening in this footage is backwards from how it should be.
Something's up. Something's weird. What is up? What's going on here?
That was nice. Just to help you out, Nox was standing outside of Chuck's door on guard, as has been verified by various people. Was instructed not to snoop, and that's all I'm going to say.
The angle that it's in, he would have had to been in the room though.
Yeah.
Would he? Would he? Think very carefully.
Maybe.
Think very carefully about the information
There was
that
like a
you have.
mirror or something.
A mirror, of course.
Yeah.
That's
And
so
we found those
true.
mirror shards. We found the mirror shards outside the building.
Bing, bing, bing! The pieces all start to fit together. I would like to ask you all, where should the mirror be to produce this image?
Directly across the room.
So if this diagram is a clock face, like at what sort of number, or like the compass points?
It would be... So if Noxum is at 12, it would have to be at... 6, I
like-
think. Or maybe a little more 7.
A mirror like 5 or even.
Or could it be at 12? Could it be like that Noxum was facing the wrong direction and looking at the mirror?
Noxum was told not to snoop. I'm gonna say that, and you're very close. You're very, very close. So I feel like I can give this to you. So Noxum was not looking into the room. Noxum was looking out of the window.
Oh.
And as the fox's head turns from right to left, from right to left, you occasionally have views from the reflection in a mirror, presumably at about this point, because I say so, out there. Again, apologies for the screen. I really made that way too big in this diagram. My fuck up again.
It's all good.
I just, yeah, whoops. So would you like to do this in character? Because at the moment this is you are like communally brainstorming, and I feel like the whole crowd is probably talking about this as well. So you can definitely have been discussing this under your voices.
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. I imagine we're just all in a huddle again.
Yeah. No jester.
So there was just a mirror in the hallway out there that was occasionally giving Nox some.
I'm not even sure that's in the
glance.
hallway. That looks like it's outside. It's outside the window. It's
Well, it might
suspended.
be.
It might be like the
It-
window itself. Like I'm thinking it's like the room is kind of at the center, and then there's sort of the hallway like around it, whereas there's like the staircase and stuff. So that was probably like the outer window of the building, is my guess, or something.
I will remind you of the flash of lightning that you saw.
Ah, gotcha.
I think the mirror is outside.
And you found the pieces of the mirror outside.
That's true.
Gotcha. Mhm.
Did a mirror get outside all the way up there?
Yeah.
Being suspended somehow.
If I may
oh.
inquire as to what the shambolic group shuddering around in the defense are up to, I have a migraine and I do have a realm of fire and brimstone to return to. Oh, yes, of course, we must be considerate, the poor prosecution. I mean, really, you do understand that, having seen this footage, everybody has to agree that there is only ever was one possible culprit. I'm afraid I'm going to have to render my verdict, unless you somehow have something up your sleeve at this point.
Well, there is an interesting fact that I think we need to reckon with. The defense has identified pretty clearly that there must have been, at the time of the murder, a mirror suspended outside the window of Chuck's office.
What?
There's like a universal what? Because you hadn't actually explained this, nor particularly drawn attention to the pieces of mirror that were outside. So I will allow you to do that, so that you can elucidate your audience. The jester is sort of white-knuckled into silence, just, like, gripping the desk.
Well, first off, we're definitely going to present the mirror shards to the court.
We found these shards of mirror outside of the building while we were investigating. And if you look at the footage from Mr. Dead, you can see that certain things are reversed as if they'd been viewed in a mirror, including the location of the defendant. He's on the wrong side of the desk from where he would be if this footage was taken naturally.
Like, almost everybody in the Yakuza sort of tilt their head to the side and go, oh. It's kind of adorable. It's like a whole class full of school children who've just been, like, shown a neat trick in science, and they're just like, wow, I didn't notice that. No, I didn't notice that either.
This footage also raises two
One
other
of the mirror could have been found or broken or placed outside of the turret any time.
Yes, that's a very good point. That's a very good point. Please, only talk about what is relevant to the case. As it is, it's interesting that we should be able to see anything at all, considering that Noxon was told not to snoop. How can you explain that anomaly, Mr. Dead? And the jester is now kind of like glaring at Noxum, and Noxum looks dumbfounded. Well, yes, I have no memory. I have no memory of this. I not be seeing when I am not snooping. It's not the same as not having sight. It's just, well, you made me like this. I can't perceive what I am seeing, if you see what I mean. And no one understands what this robot is saying. Can any of you understand what this robot is saying?
I can, because this was mentioned, I believe all the way back in episode 1, that the Jester specifically designed Noxum to, like, not be able to, like, see certain things, so that, you know, Nox wouldn't have, like, you know, certain sensitive information.
Mm-hmm. It appears now that the Jester is trying to throw his own henchman under the bus. Basically, the, you know, when the music changes to being slightly more desperate, you got there.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mod,
Hmm?
what's the geometry of this? Do I think the mirror is positioned in such a way that if the jester were to look out his window, he could use it to see into Chuck's office?
Well, let's have a look. If you can imagine that image overlapping with this image, what do you think the result would be? It would be...
there's
Yep,
a
from
window
his
in
desk
the
you'd be
same
able to see it.
place, Yeah.
Dun,
Yeah.
dun,
As long as the
dun.
mirror was long enough.
Well, you didn't manage to figure out how big it was, what size it was, or even if there were two mirrors. Which is entirely possible. Like, you could have had the sort of, what's it called? Periscope layout. I think I elected eventually to just have one mirror because it's too fucking confusing to figure out maths and angles and shit. But yes, congratulations! You have figured out a very key piece of information. Whether or not you can prove it, or prove that it has any relevance, is another thing.
Well, I think it would be quite relevant if there was a mirror that would allow the jester to see what's happening in Chuck's office while still sitting at his desk.
You gonna call him out on it?
You know,
Griffin,
Your
do
Honor.
that?
Oh, sorry. You know, Your Honor. It doesn't actually. We don't even need Mr. Dead to confirm whether or not the mirror was there. Why don't you tell us? It's right outside. It was right outside your window, after all, and right across from your desk. You should have been looking right at it, I assume. Was there such a mirror?
Appropriately, the jester had just been taking a nice, refreshing sip of tea and... Excuse me? What did you say?
Could you see the mirror outside your window?
What mirror? I was hard at work at my desk. I never left the desk. I see no particular relevance as to even if there was a mirror as to what it could have possibly had to do with me.
And Scam and Skim have been whispering together at some length now, and Scam is like trying to like sort of eye signal towards you silently that like, you know, he thinks you're onto something.
Message cantrip scam. Anything to add?
I don't know. He just kept looking up. He just kept looking up and out of that window. You're right.
Would you care to testify that for me?
No!
Dear God, no! Are you kidding me? Like the physical form of the pony like backpedals, just like walks backwards, and the gesture's eyes just like focus on that unicorn, and he just freezes like completely. You are not going to be able to get Scam to testify that.
So you said that the jester said that there was no mirror? Oh gosh, what was the exact wording?
He said even if there had been a mirror, he can't see as to what possible relevance it would have to him.
Okay, the wording makes it so that he didn't say.
He's a lot about that. He will try to sort of, you know, like disguise what he's saying. He's a canny one, and it's very hard for me to keep track of. All of this time, Chuck has been kind of looking perplexed at all of this. And whilst you're having this wonderful piece of banter, you hear, "Hold it!" Oh, that's what you say, right? Isn't it? Did I get the speech bubble? I tried to do the voice. I'm not sure about this
Yeah,
one.
you got it.
Okay,
You're
sorry.
good.
My voice has changed so many times in this single episode, I don't even know how I talk anymore. But you're kind of implying that the jester had something to do with this, ain't you?
The defense's current theory is that the murder was committed by the jester.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Like, you finally said it. Like, J'accuse! Some of the people in the audience have been smart enough to sort of like, they're not. Are they? Is that really what they're playing at? But like, they haven't even dared to say it because they're just like, that's so outrageous, you can't possibly be doing You said it! And everyone goes silent. And it's just like, this screaming hypocrisy, like this heresy that you have just accused, not just the jester, not just the Yakuza boss, but like the judge the judge in this case. And the jester is
Is he,
like,
though?
are you sure you want to do that?
I'm afraid so.
Well, now you have to ask yourself one question. Do I feel lucky? Well, do ya, punks?
Yeah, I have 2 luck points. No, I don't say that in character.
I was gonna say, well, we do have the goddess of luck on our side, so I'd say we feel quite lucky.
The jester goes from looking seethingly angry to, oh, good, well, that makes everything a lot more fun. What was that rule again, Nitpicker? And Nitpicker is thumbing through.
In the rare instance that the defense is so desperate as to accuse the judge, this is unheard of, Your Honor.
I know, but do go on.
In this rare instance, the defense accepts the same punishment as the accused in the case that they lose.
Oh, splendid. So we're going with Kirini's court rules then. Iona kind of sighs.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What judge? What judge? There's no judge here. This is a completely invalid court.
You must be new here. And he does the Willy Wonka pose and actually turns slightly real kind in a Gene Wilder sort of a way. These courts don't work the way that you're used to. We did warn you about that at the start, and you have had a copy of the rules to read. And it gestures up this
Exactly. That's
copy.
why I'm asserting you're not the judge.
Come again.
You murdered Chucko Muscle. Therefore, you killed a Yakuza boss and are therefore disqualified from being a Yakuza boss. And the judge has to be a Yakuza boss. So, you're not the judge.
Okay, there's so many things wrong with that. I'm actually going to get a headache before I can start laughing about it. Oh, not quite, actually. No, dear child. You have accused me of having murdered my dear old friend Chuck, which is very hurtful indeed. I'm almost past words. And he wipes a single tear away from his heavily mascaraed eyes. It's just so mean, especially in front of him. And I finally get to see him again after all this time. Anyway, aside from the absurdity of this accusation, you're now saying that you have proven that I've murdered him with absolutely no evidence, whilst clearly demonstrating...
Not yet, certainly not, no.
By clearly demonstrating via another witness that I was sat in my office the entire time that all of this was happening. Do you have any case to base this off? In fact, do you even have a motive?
Yes. You were overshadowed. You were forced to be doing paperwork and other boring things the whole time when you would rather be experimenting or leading. And you wanted to be the boss. And now you are.
Prove
For the
it.
time being.
He just like flatlines his face, like, you know, he was going from smiling to not smiling to, oh god, that's a scary face. And he just says, prove it. And that's all you're getting out of him. So you have to prove this. And Chuck is like, what is going on? Like, what? You didn't have any ill feeling towards me. You never demonstrated any of that. You were next in line. There's no reason. There's no way that J-Boy here would do me in. I took him off the street. I taught him everything I know. He was a smart cookie. That's why I made him my number 2. But you know, he lived downstairs. He liked doing that sort of thing, didn't you? You like the organizing. You like knowing how much money we've got. And the jester is giving his very best, biggest smile. He's like, oh yes, I adored it. And like, you guys don't even need to make an insight roll. Nick, you have him dead to rights. And for those of you who know anything about this man's backstory, paperwork is all the motive he needs. Anyway, so you've just accused the judge, the Yakuza boss, the man up there, of killing Chuck L. Muscle, it is now up to you to prove it. You must solve my little murder puzzle, or you guys are gonna be the murder puzzle. As in, you're gonna be in so many pieces that the autopsy has a puzzle to solve, putting you guys back together, so good luck with this.
Okay. We have a lot of pieces of this puzzle, and by golly, we need to solve it.
You do.
Right.
Aona, if they do kill us, can you ensure that the right people find out? I whisper this to Aona. If they do kill us, can you make sure they get arrested for it?
Yeah, no, she nods and says, "Oh, absolutely, no. Detective Flatfoot's in the next room. I can relay all this to him. Should the worst come to worst, but let's not get to that point."
So you have a lot of information to process. I do appreciate that. So again, like, if you need help with anything, I will do what I can without helping you too much, because I don't want to tell you what my little devilish brain came up with for this insane murder. You also still have the decoding to do, but actually, I think you almost have everything you need. You have a lot of information though, so take your time.
I was gonna say, one last thing we haven't done is, because the potion because we did get that vial of chemicals from there, and we haven't tested it in the machine yet.
Again, you can put it into the machine. That's not really what the machine is for. It will tell you maybe what's in it if it doesn't dissolve the machine. You don't know what this is. It could be concentrated sulfuric acid. But it's this is a DNA machine. It's not a what does this do, how it work machine.
Okay, fair enough. I just wanted to make sure.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to tell you before you,
There are some observations that I'm making right now that I've noticed. The speaking tube that's next to the pile of ash, it's also right next to where the jester is sitting.
Right.
So, and if that screen isn't as tall as the image implies, then that means from the mirror you can
I don't know why I
see-
put it there. I'm so sorry.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Still, with the mirror being able to see from that angle, the jester would be able to see the moment Chuck got close enough to the speaking tube.
Exactly.
If that was, in fact, used in it. Which could explain why it's so full of soot. We don't know what kind of soot, but a soot of some sort. So we can probably safely assume that perhaps was something in the thing. And that actually means that behind the string that was behind the chandelier that's visible in the third image, that's not coming from the drain like I originally assumed. That would be coming from the speaking tube.
Bing, bing, bing. I'm gonna give you that, you smart person.
And I did have a theory a while back that the extra long fuses might have been run up the speaking tube.
Exactly.
Bing, bing, bing. You connect
And that's
two
why
logic
the
points.
extra
We're
long
back in the
fuse-
Edgeworth games, guys. The logic puzzles are
That's why
mounting.
that's why the extra long fuse box was empty, because it was used.
Yep. But what I don't understand is why it was necessary to hook the gutter up to the pneumatic tube system yet.
You haven't quite solved that one. I mean, I can't tell you everything.
There's also the matter of the balloon that we found, the rubber, which, I'm not 100% sure if we confirmed it was a balloon, but if it was, my theory now is that maybe, if it was a helium balloon, he could theoretically, send it up through the tube, have it rise up with the fuse attached to it.
Ooh.
Ooh. And how would he get it back down? Because we found
It's
it
true,
in
because
his
the rubber is
office.
found in the lab.
Yeah.
You can probably put that one to one side. How about this mirror? Have you any theories as to how it's suspended outside? Because that's a bit sneaky, but I kind of give you a hint.
I don't know. That's the thing. We don't have a lot of information to gather on how the mirror is suspended in the air. Because it's not like a mirror that's that tall, because freaking either Skim or Scam would have noticed it being positioned at the front of the building.
No, the front of the building is
it's
to the
not
south.
on the
They
same
wouldn't
side
see
as
it.
any of the tubes are. We didn't really go up that side.
What'd you say, Mud?
Well, it's
Sorry.
on the side of the drain, though, because the drain is, like, right across
Oh,
from the
yeah,
mirror's
that's true.
positioned. Yeah.
The point is that Skim was at the front door, which is actually right at the bottom of the tower to the south, and he was outside. He was nowhere near this mirror. Like, he would definitely not have seen
Okay.
it. Scam
So he
is
would
the
not
one
have
by
seen the mirror. Okay.
Scam is the one by Jester's
Yeah.
door, and he was looking through the keyhole and was looking at the Jester the entire time.
Which is
So
the
he wouldn't
opposite
have
of where the mirror
noticed-
is.
Wouldn't
Yeah.
have
Yeah,
noticed
he
the
wouldn't
mirror.
have noticed the fact that there's a mirror, but he
Yeah.
did notice that the mirror, he was looking up somewhere.
Yeah.
Not that he'll ever admit it.
Right.
The only thing I could think of is that it was mentioned there was like unusual like ball lightning happening at the time of the murder.
Not
Yeah, and I'm
real
thinking
lightning.
that,
There was
like,
just- there was lightning. There's always lightning around this
Of
tower.
course.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because my thought is that you could reflect the lightning off of the mirror and, like, send it into the office that way.
Damn, that's so cool. I wish I'd thought of that. Sadly,
It
that's
could
not
be
it.
like, yeah, the flash of lightning that was seen was the mirror
I'm gonna be real with
reflecting
you.
the lightning.
Mostly, I gave you that flash of lightning to imply that Noxon was looking outside. I needed to give you some sort of evidence that he wasn't.
Got it, okay.
inside the
Okay,
building.
gotcha.
Yeah,
Understood.
I don't think
Understood.
the mirror can reflect lightning. No.
But you know, lightning was
Sure.
happening. That is a factor in the environment that's outside. I'm gonna give you a clue, and the engineer is sort of looking at these blueprints as well. And he's like, "Well, when we, God rest her soul, the Taffy Train had a sort of anti-magic field of her own, but it was a sort of limited bubble. You know, I don't know how big this anti-magic field was, but if it was only designed to cover the inside of Chuck's office, maybe outside of it you could use magic."
That makes sense.
The mirror was suspended via magic outside the range of the field.
Levitate is a very useful spell.
It is.
True.
Yeah.
True. Also, hey, in the background, while we're all knocking our heads together, can Screw temporary
Yes.
borrow Ludwig from off the floor? Just peel him off there for a second and be like, alright, I
100%.
can't.
You can both make a
I'm
roll.
struggling to figure this out on my own. I need your help, your expertise.
I'm not Scottish. What am I saying? Yes. Well, I think I'm very sufficiently recovered to have a look at what is this? What is this stupid thing? Okay, let's solve this. You and me together right now.
I will roll the same as you, whatever you choose. So you keep using investigation.
Investigation, please.
Investigation,
Please,
boys.
dear Lord.
Okay. Right. Oh my God! Thank you.
Nice, yo!
Yeah, ducks. The combined power of bootleg duck characters has resulted in a 24 and a 26, which cracks the
Rule of
entire
threes!
code. Rule of
Wait,
threes.
God, it's rule of threes!
Yes!
This is the third attempt!
And it's kind of beautifully timed because you've all kind of hit a wall, even as you're in this slowed down. You know how in Dual Destinies there's kind of like that blue line that's flashing
Oh,
along
right.
and they keep
Yeah.
like joining things together. Like you're all doing that all together. It's like the biggest
We're
bright.
connecting the dots.
It's you're connecting the dots, and the dots join together and they make a picture. And the picture that flashes up in all of your brains is a very beautifully rendered picture. And as you both decode this, you look at each other, and you look at the engineer, and you look at the vial. This stuff can turn people into toys.
Oh, damn. So it's like a potion version of the spell scroll.
It's a potion version of the spell scroll. That's what most of this text is, like how to translate a spoken spell into a potion, which is a whole art. Like, this is difficult. This is like crazy hard stuff that the Jester has pulled off. And he's the guy who invented the
into
spell
a
scroll in the
puppet.
first place, but this liquid can change people into toys.
He turned him into a puppet.
Oh, ooh.
Well, maybe, but like you have that information. That's all I'm allowed to say. You now have every single piece of information that you need technically speaking. You have found all of the evidence. Congratulations.
Oh, damn, now we have to put it together. Oh no! The puzzles!
Exciting, isn't it? Thank you again, Gwyn, for this beautiful piece of art. I was not expecting such a perfectly beautiful thing to use in this final case, but there it is. Also, just while you're thinking about this, especially Nick and Ida, you remember Iona, sorry. Well, actually, no, Ida. Ida was the one who saw this. When you were in the Jester's office, there was a desk that freaked you out, and it was covered in broken toys, and that now has a totally different energy, totally different mood now that you have this little piece of information. It just changes everything about that room.
That teddy bear was a man! That teddy bear was a man!
that doll he put in a guillotine was...
Oh, bro, that's messed up!
That's fucked up, man.
This is who you're dealing with, and you kind of suddenly understand why Scam and Skim have been actively avoiding saying anything to the contrary of what the Jester is saying, because this man is terrifying.
They get turned into little plastic horses.
Yep, they could be two tiny plastic horses that have both been put in a guillotine for all they know. You know those doll modding videos on YouTube where you get, like, you know, an old pony and you spruce it up, but it's kind of like the opposite of that would be happening.
Oh, that is so messed up. God. You actually managed to find something, like, more horrifying than dipping someone. Like, congrats, but also, my gosh.
Winks.
Okay. Yadas aren't people, are they?
I mean, I'm not saying anything, but...
Bro, hang on, this revelation has, like, made my brain stop for a little bit. I might need 5 minutes.
Do you need a break? We can have a break. We can have a 5-minute break, especially because you've got a lot to process, and I don't want to rush you over this because, yeah, there's a lot here.
Bro, that's so cool, but also, wow.
I mean, I'm kind of glad that y'all are figuring out how nasty this guy is finally, because the Jester's always been, like, the bad guy, but he's just kind of been vaguely aloof and annoying. Nah, this guy sucks. For real.
For real.
For real. Right, I'm gonna mute again, because I don't want to interfere with your thinking, your group session, and we can call this a break as well, so, like, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever you need. Okay, you take your time.
Oh.
Dreams.
I need water. Give over your water bottle.
God. Well, I think we might know what might have been inside one of the pinatas now. At least that's my theory. It was full of freaking toy juice.
Toy juice.
It exploded all over this man.
And that's why, like, he looks furrier because he, like, turned into, like, a gorilla puppet thing.
Yeah.
Potentially, yeah.
And the strings got, like, all tangled up in the...
Because it does look like yarn.
Yeah.
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 Ooh.
And, like, you're right, there are strings there.
Yeah. It's very faint. It's kind of like, you know, when you have, like, piano wire or something, and it shows, like, kind of the sheen of it, but, like, not the actual string.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so that string that we see there is the one that is the fuses in the... Why does the chandelier lower? I don't...
Mm-hmm.
Well, it could lower, like, from his weight. Like, if he's hung... If, like, you know, the puppet strings are, like, hanging from the chandelier, then it would, like, kind of weigh it down a bit.
He's suspended by the chandelier. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah. And then if he is turned into a toy, that's a lot more flammable, so it would be a lot more easier to light him on fire with the fuse. It's my current theory.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, wasn't there an explosion?
There were 2 explosions. There was the first explosion that caused the blindness.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second one, which caused the death.
Mm-hmm.
So there was
I
2
think maybe,
explosions
like,
here.
Just
The
like
first
the
one,
kind of toy he
actually, if it was the pinata that was behind Chuck, that means Delta would have been blocked by Chuck getting transformed, and that's why Delta has been spared
That's true, yeah.
from
And
the
also just Chuck in
transformation.
general.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
That's one lucky goose.
that is a very lucky goose.
Oh, man. The
They also have that like abjure approach. You know?
Yeah, I think Iona's just like kind of glad that like Ida isn't here for this revelation because my gosh.
Mhm.
That's nasty.
Uh-huh.
I mean, the good news is at the very least that at least being turned into a toy doesn't prevent like your soul from reaching the afterlife based on what Chuck said. So
As long as he doesn't
Oh,
like, I mean, he could keep the toy alive and just in like an immobile state for.
mhm.
So okay, do we think the toy juice is what blinded him? Like, do you think like I don't know, like the puppet has moppy yarn hair that covers its eyes or something?
That would make sense. Yeah.
I'm about to suggest something that might be a little bit more messed up.
Mhm.
Does a pinata count as a toy?
I
Oh,
was asking that
no.
earlier. Yeah, I was asking if the
Oh
pinatas were people.
no.
Because
Oh,
that
that's
could
so
explain
fucked
why
up.
there are strings as well as the shape. He could have turned into a pinata.
I'm just back. I'm just
Oh my
like,
god! Oh my god! Guys! I just there was candy. There was like this came up in last episode that Chuck might have had like candy on him when when they searched the DNA thing.
Oh my
there's
God,
candy, and they were like,
right.
oh yeah, Chuck always kept sweets on him. Oh my god!
He's turned
got
into a
Oh my
goddamn
God.
pinata.
so fucked up.
That's
Holy
so
shit.
fucked up.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Mod, are you back?
I am, and I don't know what I'm supposed to say at this point. I'm just staying very quiet because, like, I kind of want you to present these things in court, and then we can play like however you want to.
Hang on. I have this image right now.
Yes, one of my favorite reaction images of all time. Oh my god.
Okay. So that string going up though, the string from the speaking tube goes up. It doesn't like what is it? What is it doing up there? That's the one question that I still have.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Unless that's just like that string now connects to his string and like it gets set on fire. Those strings get set on fire. He gets set on fire. But
Yeah.
no, there's a
Maybe we should-
bang. There's a bang.
Yeah, maybe we should start presenting this stuff like in character, like and seeing what the reactions and stuff, and then go from there because that might reveal more things. So,
Okay.
let's do this in order. Like, let's start off by bringing up the potion that turns people into toys, and present that theory, and then we'll go from there.
Mm-hmm.
Great. If the court would be so kind, I would like to present the first part of the defense's theory. We have recovered a sample of a potion from the jester's office, which, when applied, turns somebody into a toy. Now, this could potentially hold the answer to a intriguing question we had discovered earlier in the trial. We had noted that, apologies, Mr. Muscle, your remains had mixed in with them something of the nature of candy. Our current theory is that this goo, this potion, was applied to you when one of the pinatas nearest you burst, and when you were dead, you were full of candy as a pinata was because you were turned into a pinata. That is the theory of the defense.
That's so scary. Like the jester is just like actually nearly falling off his chair. He's laughing so much, and it's actually kind of genuinely infectious. Like some of the denser Yakuza are like, that's ridiculous. That's so stupid. Who would believe a thing and then it's like, it catches, and everyone's like, there. And Chuck's like, well, I know I was a sweet guy, but I don't know if that theory really holds water. Is that really what this does? Ooh, it smells nasty.
Well,
We can always test it.
Yeah, test it. And like, they're all like, test it. And she's like, well, what, you're saying that I got on me and I turned into a toy? Is that what you're saying?
we're not going to test on you because that's not your body. But if we could find a volunteer.
Too late, I'm too curious. And he's taken the cork out and he sticks his finger into the test tube. And you all wait. And nothing happens. He's like, well, that's disappointing. And everyone's like, yeah, they got it wrong. And it appears that touching this stuff does not make it work on a person, whatever.
I was also going to bring up the fact that, like, the body he's currently inhabiting is a real kind, and that might affect it as well.
I mean, again, like, if one of you wants to test it, it appears to be harmless enough that you can stick your finger in it.
Would it need to be ingested, then?
Ooh, I don't know if I'm so keen on that. Hey, Nicky boy, you take a sip.
Alright, yeah. I'll take it.
was
Not the worst thing I've eaten during a trial.
Are you gonna fucking do it?
Yeah, I'm
I was
gonna
gonna say
do it.
beforehand, can we ensure that, like, there's a way to turn him back?
You
I
have
know
no
it's
guarantee.
not-
hang on.
You have no guarantee. The engineer doesn't have a guarantee right now. He's a toy already. He's like, well, I guess I'll have company.
Consider, how funny would it be if both of us Scottish Brits?
Oh my god, that would
gosh.
be so fucking cute. Anyway, Nick has volunteered, so are we going to let Nick take the stuff?
Nick will do it.
Nick will do
Griff
it.
will do it, I mean. Who's Nick?
Okay. You take a little sip. You take a sippy. I want you to roll Constitution. This isn't gonna be for what you think it is. I promise you.
Oh no.
Let's see what my
Constitution
constitution
roll
save
for a
is.
bard. Always a good
Gamers.
idea.
Oh, right, it's actually decent.
Oh, it is.
I'm not
I just
proficient,
found it.
but I have a good constitution.
That's
That's a nat 20. Well, the good news is you don't throw up. That's
Ooh.
the good news is that. The bad news is nothing happens. Tastes bad though. Like, tastes nasty. Like battery acid nasty. It's like.
Well, now I'm thinking we might need to test it on a tune just to be sure.
Mm-hmm.
Looks and Screw.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. McCodger, I apologize.
I figured it'd come to this. Alright, well.
Try touching it first, though, Mr. McCodger.
I sticks his little feather in it, feather finger.
Nothing happens again. Nothing happens.
Bro!
Alright.
Sure that this is the actual potion.
No,
I
we're
got the
not.
formula for it right here. He holds up the notes.
Vodlig
Can we try brewing
takes
that
a
potion?
little
Do we have-
pipette. Vodlig takes a pipette and like puts it on. You know that paper that separates chemicals into like different bars of color.
Oh yeah, that stuff.
Yeah, so he does a chromatography test basically on it. He's like, well, this is a slightly imprecise test, but I do believe that this corresponds to the formula that we have actually.
Okay, well, at least we've confirmed that.
Want to take a sip?
He doesn't want to, but he's gonna anyway. Do I need to
not
roll?
that bad.
Yeah, you need to roll Constitution.
Oh, great. Love con.
Everybody's just having a good time now because you're doing science on yourselves. 14. Okay, so it's not under a 10, so you don't throw up. 14, you feel really sick. You're just like, bad. Bad time.
Just like,
Yeah, just like the duck's quack noise. And again, frustratingly, nothing happens. Absolutely nothing is happening.
Hold on. What if we try it with the application of heat? Could it be that it needs to be hot when it is applied to somebody?
I'll give you this. Woodlick is looking at the formula, and you guys rolled so high that he's like actually managing to break down some of the words that you decided were like not necessary to get the gist of this. Now he's like actually being able to code break properly all of these words that were superfluous. And he's like, heat, no, there's no heat. Then subject is subject to injection. Injection? Do we have a syringe? Anything like this?
A syringe?
Syringe?
Oh, no, injection?
There are many poisons that can be very safely ingested, but not survived if they are applied to the bloodstream. That's basically the equivalent of what's happening here.
Well, that's not good for us, because then that means that like he would have had to get injected by this stuff.
Well,
And again,
if you get hit by
haven't
shrapnel,
actually,
they can inject it just as easy.
That is true.
Alright, I've committed this bit. This far, hit me.
What? Like, how is this working? How, like, you don't actually have a syringe on you. Even Woodlick doesn't have one of those. He didn't think he would need one. So you have to.
Do you not have one in your hammer space?
Okay, I can try. Okay, and anybody else can roll hammer space too. I don't want to be taking the action away from you guys. That's not how you roll, you dingus.
Oh, you forgot the R. Yeah.
I did.
I don't think I have hammer space.
I got
have
a
the court
1!
record, which
I
is
got a
kinda
1! I
hammer space.
failed!
Oh man.
Okay, so Woodlick keeps, like, because he doesn't want to do it, I feel like his hammer space isn't working, so he keeps pulling out, like, a step ladder, or is it a ladder, and a giant Q-tip, and a bowling ball, and it's just not happening. Like, no matter what he tries, he can't summon the object that you need.
Frickin' hell, frickin'.
Hey, actually, I'll be questioned out of character. Mr. M's kind of a freak. Do you think he'd be the kind to carry around a
Oh
syringe?
no, that's the worst possible answer.
I mean, you aren't wrong. Ooh.
Oh,
I hate that answer is yes.
Yeah.
Listen, we know what this man's about. Like, if anyone would just carry a syringe on them.
Take it away, Mr. M.
Oh. I feel like to make this even funnier, Screw like to the audience at large is, alright, I know you, all you Kyukyuzo with all your stuff and things. Does any of you have a syringe?
Is there a doctor in the house? The cry goes out, and the last person that you want to see put up a hand puts up a hand.
It's Mr.
Just like a full body shudder from like everyone in the defense.
Yeah, no one likes this guy either.
With an almost gleeful energy, he reaches into a suit pocket, notably not his hammer space, and hands it to one of the members of the defense.
God, I can't believe that shit. That's so funny. The jester is, like, again, very tight-lipped, drumming on the desk, like, I hope this is relevant for your sakes.
I'm committing to the bit. I'm committing to the bit. By golly, if Screw dies, Screw dies.
Okay, so someone has to do the honor of injecting Screw. Again, I don't want to take it away from you guys.
I mean, Woodlick's probably like would know how to do this.
That's
I
true.
would assume.
That's true. He is a qualified.
Griff's willing, but like, it's probably better for Woodlick to do it.
I won't take this the wrong way. I trust him more than I trust you, and he hands the stuff to
I feel like, just for flavor, like, Nick got the syringe and, like, drew some of the liquid out of the thing, and, like, looks like he's about to, like, try, and then Woodlick takes it off him, holds the syringe the way up you're supposed to, and pushes the thing so, like, all of the air comes out of the syringe like you're supposed to, which is incredibly important. Like, the stuff wouldn't have killed you, Screw. The air bubble would have. It's like so.
Oh,
It's a bad idea to do
yeah,
that.
yes, I hate that.
Let me know. This man has a law degree, not a medical degree.
Fortunately,
Yep.
Woodlick has basically every single degree on the planet that is canonical. He's like, if they invent a degree, he goes and has it. He just does that. It's his hobby. He has no wall
Also have,
space.
like,
Like, they
half
think
a
it's
theater
wallpaper at home, but it's like it's just degrees, just pasted onto the wall.
Can't wait to see Woodlig's illustration degree.
Yeah, the guy's good
Heck
at it.
yeah!
He has a color theory program. Come on. Anyway, yes. So Woodlick does the honor and injects you, and you start to change. And this is delightful because I actually, I hope you guys don't mind, but I actually pre-wrote what toys you all would theoretically turn into according to my imagination.
Yes!
But I hope you're not mad about it because, like, part of me was like wanting to ask you, but like with Screw in particular, I was like, it's gotta be. Because Screw, you're a hard, curmudgeonly guy. You're very organized. You like everything to be tightly wound on your ship. And you feel inside yourself things turning and unwinding. And as soon as you start feeling that, you put your hands to your chest and it's hard. It makes a metallic sound. And you are shrinking. You were already small, but you're getting smaller. And between your shoulder blades, there's kind of it's not a pain, but it's uncomfortable as this large key forces itself out from between your spine. It feels like it's growing out of your spine, but it's not because it's in a hole, and click, 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 it begins to turn. And you are a beautiful little clockwork toy, and you're slightly shorter than the engineer, and that's very annoying to you.
Oh, that felt wrong in so many ways!
Welcome to the club! I'm the soft and fuzzy type, can't you tell?
like Screw's just standing there for a minute having like a full body shudder.
Yeah, it's not great, and you're very, very stiff. Like, your feet can only move in that sort of going up, down, and rotating forwards manner. It's so inconvenient. On
Oh,
this
you thought
basis,
he waddled before, you should look at him now.
You do waddle, you absolutely waddle, and you have disadvantage on basically everything now, especially dexterity.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hey.
Meanwhile, the crowd goes wild because they're like, well, we didn't expect this shit today. And it's kind of like horrifying as well as entertaining. Even they are kind of like aghast at this because they knew about the spell. But the spell's temporary, and like spells are spells. Like, it's just, you know, you can do that for fun. It's just hilarious. An injection with a potion kind of makes this whole thing much more, you know?
At the very least, we've proven the potion works.
You have
Yep.
definitely proven its
Do you think you had any open wounds, Mr. Muscle?
Chuck is looking at this little toy and is like, well, I'd say that it was adorable, but it was kind of deplorable. No, I'm in or I was, I think, in the pink. Purple is more usually described as purple. I'm, it's kind of magenta in here. Yeah, so a little bit pink. No, anyway, sorry. No, I like, the goose didn't lay a hand on me, so I was, fit and hale and, whole. No holes, as far as I could tell. And the jester is just sort of like, yes, well, thank you very much for revealing, the fruits of my labours for several years without my given permission. However, as it is quite transparent you're not going to leave here alive, I suppose I shouldn't worry about it too much. Again, how is this relevant?
Well, if you look at the third image, prevented by Knocks Him Dead, you'll notice that Mr. Muscle's appearance has changed. He no longer looks like his dapper self wearing a suit. He's got these sort of almost yarny quality to him, these dangling little strips, as well as these strings that we can see attached to him. We believe he was turned into a piñata.
Again, everybody's kind of like, what? Oh my god. And Chuck is like, well, it's kind of funny because I like piñatas if I get turned into a piñata, but is a piñata really a toy? I'm not sure where the categorization overlaps there.
Or a puppet. It doesn't really matter which, I suppose, except for the candy aspect. It does
Oh, I like puppets.
Never
Puppets are
mind.
funny, yay. And everyone's like, oh yeah, we love puppets. Like, I'm a Muppet born. Yes, we know, Eric. It's fine. Technically, that's
I
a
love
marionette.
Eric, the Muppet born.
So, yes, your present theory is that somehow between this second image, the missing footage, as it were, the black footage, and this last image, Chuck somehow was injected with this thing and turned into a question mark piñata puppet?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's your running theory. People aren't totally persuaded by this because, again, like, there's an ongoing debate now as to whether a piñata is a toy, and yeah, it just doesn't kind of feel like one is, really. Is it? I don't know. Is it? So like, and the jester is not helping, and he's just like, so you're telling me that somehow through the ceiling of my office, even if somehow I was watching through the window via a complicated arrangement of a floating mirror, which is quite imaginative, I have to say, credit to you there, I somehow, from my room, turned Chuck via an injection into a something? Piñata? Maybe? And then set him on fire from my office. Despite the fact that, burning was not particularly mentioned in your testimony, was it, Chuck? No, it was kind of a... Yes, that's right, it was just like a sort of a sudden topsy-turvy spinny feeling and then a bang, which definitely fits with the bang that I heard exploding the entire tower, but not really being set alight and burning to death very slowly. I am sure that would be very uncomfortable and one would be likely to remember it even beyond the veil. Yeah, he sucks. I'm sorry.
thinking.
He's so annoying. Even I hate playing this game.
I'm looking at the clues.
It's okay. You've got a lot, and like this is the point at which, you know, like everything is like ticking down, and it's gonna end one way or another. So it's like high stress. How are you all feeling? I want to go like play by play. Like, how is Scru feeling, and then how is Iona feeling, and how is Nick feeling? Like in that order, if that's okay.
Well, I could start off with Scru, like, as not great. His whole everything just turned into clockwork, tiny clockwork toy.
I'd say Iona is very calm and composed, like she usually is, because like even though like, you know, they don't quite have all the pieces together yet, she still has like just complete and total faith that, like, you know, Griffin will be able to figure this out, because like that's her student. Like she taught him everything she knows, and he's even surpassed her now. So like even if they are back to into corner, she has full confidence in him that he'll be able to figure this out.
I mean, that's a very nice attitude to have, but also, like, considering we're about to move on to Nick, do you have any particular words of wisdom?
Do I have to turn? No.
Like, Iona, does Iona have any words of wisdom for Nick? Sorry, that was not clear.
Actually, yeah, that's true. Well, when we can't find a way out, usually it is best to turn our thinking around, so to speak. We just have to figure out what specifically we need to turn around.
That's a very nice phrase to have used, and I'll go back to it if I need to. Nick, how are you feeling?
Honestly, like, this is sort of like, Nick is often, like, very anxious and scared and, like, panicking during a trial, but there usually, like, there comes a point in a trial when it is just, like, down to the wire, and he enters, like, a state of almost, like, tunnel vision, absolute focus.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's not really thinking about the consequences right now, he's just thinking about making that last connection that's going to get him where he needs to be. And he, like, it's almost, he's like, there's too much space going to that for him to be afraid right now. Like, he doesn't have the processing power to do both.
In fact, I feel like, you know that particular sprite that we all love to see of Nick hunched over the desk, like, gripping the back of his head? Like, you're kind of, like, doing that, not because of despair, which, you know, the Jester's looking at you and is just, like, so smug. He's like, they don't have shit. They're gonna die. And what you're actually doing is you're focusing so hard that you don't realize that you're hunched over all of this evidence, and it's right in front of you. All of these photographs and these photographic stills from the projection, which we have conveniently printed off for your perusal. That definitely happened. So I want you to look very hard at the photographs of Chuck and his party friends, and at these photographic stills from Noxum's data. Just take your time. Just compare the two.
I know that there are a lot more candles in the picture with him and the engineer. That's one thing.
There are dozens of candles.
And that feels intentional, because that's a lot of candles.
Sorry. Well, these aren't necessarily in Chuck's office. They were at parties. Like, these pinatas these pinatas were souvenirs, which, as you have very clearly heard from Chuck himself, were very treasured possessions. He kept these pinatas for himself.
I mean, he's got a pair of glasses, but
yeah,
I don't know if that's relevant.
I know the specific pinata that's in, like, the trio photos from the incident is the one that was with him and King Gizenep.
Oh, yeah, I see that now.
Yeah.
I didn't notice that before. Ooh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but what?
And don't forget, of course, in these photographic stills, to consider the last image.
Mm-hmm.
Does
that
anything
pinata is
now,
gone now.
If you've been looking at those previous photographs of the parties and these pinatas, does anything about that final image strike you as familiar in any way?
The camel one, in the picture with him with Altwee. Actually, there's the camel one and, like, the one that's, like, some kind of bird. If they were, like, laid on top of each other, I'm wondering if, like, that would be the same shape.
Mm-hmm.
That might not even be Chuck, like... Yeah, that might not be Chuck, like, covered in ash. That might be, like, actual pinatas.
You have a sudden flash of inspiration, and you think that these pinatas are probably compiled together to make this silhouette. And if you had a little extra game, like, thing to move things around with the stylus, I would have done this.
Ooh.
You...
Damn.
Yeah.
Motherfucker. Brilliant. Holy shit.
You recreated the most frustrating puzzle in the... Frick you. I'm feeling genuine rage.
Good. Glad to hear it. So not only have you turned around the idea of Chuck being turned into a pinatas, but his pinatas have been turned into Chuck. Not only this, Nick, you keep thinking about this phrase, turn it around, and there's been a lot of spinning going on. And you keep thinking about how Chuck bounced around this entire room. And you look at this tiny clockwork man duck in front of you, and you look at the engineer. And you only have known these two for a brief while, but you can kind of see why they have turned into these respective things. There is some sort of symbolic, metaphorical likeness to the toy that they have turned into and what they used to be. And that's what I'm going to leave you with as the biggest hint that I can drop without telling you it too much.
Yeah, guys, I think I got it. I think I know what the rubber is now.
It turned into a balloon?
Or like a rubber bouncy ball. Something made of rubber.
Oh, and the jester popped it.
In your mind's eye, you see the final form of Chuck L. Muscle was not a piñata, but much more fittingly was very likely a bouncy ball.
Toys! Nobody get toys!
The clue was there all along, baby. Now you
I
have to
need
put
the-
it all
I need
together
the
in
freaking-
words.
Hang on, I need to bass boost this image real quick.
Bass boost.
Hang on.
What does that mean? Turn up the noise on it?
I'm going to the meme deep fryer. Give me a minute.
Oh god, yes, please.
Okay.
Sizzle.
He got Chuck to go down the drain. The pneumatic tube. That's why the pneumatic tube is hooked up there. Chuck went down the drain as the ball, and that's what the jester was laughing about when he got the missive, the thing.
Right. He was laughing at Chuck's dead body.
Yeah. And that's why he was spinning so much. And it was dark. He was spinning down the drain as he went into the pneumatic tube system.
There are a few pieces that I haven't quite put together, but I feel like if you start to say these things out loud, it will all start to fit together, because my god, have you ever turned this around?
That's why the drain. Oh. Cause my brain, it's going.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm genuinely worried. Are you okay, Obi?
this is so cool.
We're just galaxy branding over here.
Alright, well, okay, so the one thing that I still don't have is how the injection happened.
Right.
I'll give you a suggestion. Consider when the injection might have taken place.
It could have been like, because he was bouncing all over the room, he could have like run into like the syringe, like as he like slammed into one of the walls.
Or like if something sharp was coated in the potion. Like I don't think there was necessarily a syringe.
That too, yeah.
He went to grab the chandelier, right?
The chandelier was coated in it, and the chandelier was sharp enough.
I think you're ready to make this final statement as to the defense's theory on what happened that very gruesome evening so long ago.
Let's do it.
Okay. Apologies. The defense had to rearrange some facts, but we have now come to our conclusive final theory: who killed Chuck L. Muscle and how.
Everyone is like on the edges of their seats. Even Chuck, who is just like, what? It was him. Like, he was in the room with me, and then I got turned over and went bang, and then I was dead, and I was a pile of ash. Like, we've seen the movie. You had a movie of me turning into a big pile of ash. What else do you need?
Well, you are right about going bang, so to speak, just not in the way that you originally thought.
What?
Yes. You're also wrong about the place of your death and where your remains were.
The jester suddenly
Anyway,
looks a little bit uncomfortable. Just a little bit uncomfortable. He hasn't actually managed to do that before. He's looked sort of like angry or suspicious, he actually, like you see the single sweat drop go down his neck into the ruffs of his ridiculous outfit underneath that stupid fucking wig.
You see, this entire time, this court has been under the impression that the pile of ashes and the blackened silhouette in the office is what Chuck's body was. However, we believe that this was not Chuck, nor was it Chuck turned into a piñata, but rather several of the piñatas that were hung throughout the office, arranged in a way to make the defendant, Deltasong Danger, believe that he was seeing Chuck's burned body.
Objection! How? How on earth would you actually manage to construe such an arrangement? All of the piñatas in Chuck's office, and I would know because I used to go in there sometimes to dust, didn't I, sweetie?
Yeah, you did, but I thought you were...
Well, the thing is, they were all around the room. I'm sure you might have found evidence of where they used to hang, maybe, theoretically. I'm just spitballing here. But how could they all convene in one area? That's ludicrously precise, don't you think? And this is the jester, like, the prosecution nitpicker is just like, closes the book and sort of starts backing away like, well, I'm out of here.
Well, it's quite simple, Your Honor. Or perhaps you should say your dishonor at this point. All you'd have to do is pull the strings that they're attached to. Perhaps the string that's pictured in the third image at the top right there.
We see in our mind's eye an arrangement not unlike this, where several strings run through a lasso and it is pulled taut and all of them convene into the same area. The jester starts to sweat a little more and tugs at his collar and tries to loosen his tie, which is always too tight. That damn tie is always too tight.
Mm-hmm.
The actual Chuckle Muscle, meanwhile, had accidentally, during his bouncing around, come into contact with a sharp object coated with some of this potion. This caused him to transform into a toy, not as I had initially incorrectly assumed a puppet or a piñata, but instead a rubber inflatable bouncy ball.
Objection! Where is said pointed object? I really don't think that you can just say ricocheting randomly around the room and happening to collide with a syringe that I had plastered into the wall is sufficient evidence. And surely, if that had actually transpired, he would have noticed himself turning into a toy.
I'm trying to think.
Me too.
Yeah, so the current theory is that the chandelier was coated in the stuff, and that when he grabbed the chandelier, it jabbed him, and that's how he turned.
Mm-hmm. You haven't
I
actually
don't know
stated
that can be, because Delta would have seen that. And there was
That
a
is
first
true.
bang.
There was a
first
first bang, and something significant happened after the first bang. Can you remember what it was?
He was blinded.
Everything went dark. In fact, this is something that even Delta remembers. There was a bang, and after that, everything that Delta remembers is very foggy. It's, in fact, I want you to roll history, Nick, right now. Like, just you. Ida can't roll this because Ida is channeling Chuck. You're the only person who can do this. No pressure.
The history score is, okay, not proficient.
What?
Yay.
Awesome.
Dirty
20. And, you know, as this is being discussed between you guys, like the description of suddenly losing all sight and feeling kind of turned around and dizzy, and you're like, wait a minute, it feels so long ago, but it was only this morning when the exact same thing happened to you, when something broke into your window and exploded, and you both passed out, and then you were being taken to this very unique trial by the Yakuza. An explosive
Okay.
device went off in your room like a smoke bomb, and that's basically what happened. You felt very disorientated.
Apologies, I should clarify. Before Mr. Muscle was transformed into a toy, the room was filled with knockout gas. Which could have been introduced into the room in a number of ways. The one that seems most likely to me is that the Jester may have sent a capsule of knockout gas through the pneumatic tube system up through the drain and released that into the room in that manner.
Oh, you sweet summer child, how on earth would I do such a thing? You would have to ignite the bomb for it to go off. There is no way I would know the correct timing to set off the bomb. Just think about what you've seen, you stupid, wretched boy. If you're going to pursue this line of thought, consider the evidence you have. Surely you might be able to explain it in a better way than that before such a intellectual group of jurors, right? And the jurors are kind of like, yay, yeah. And they're like, what's going on?
It was probably instead connected to the candle, as the candle burned down.
Yeah, and
as the candle burned down, the fire reached the correct position to ignite the bomb, and it had been set up beforehand.
We see in close-up the spatter of wax around the remains of the candle, and how quickly, again, how strange, how quickly that candle melted. And Chuck's testimony where he habitually lighted a candle whenever he had a victim over for a romantic atmosphere, so he called it How Sweet. Reliable habits that were always repeated, lighting the candle and swinging off his beloved chandelier. The Jester is looking more and more tense, and he's like,
well, if all of that is true, how did I set up the burnt silhouette? And what even happened to Chuck? If he didn't die then and there, then why is our poor, lovely former boss so expired as it is?
Well, that's quite simple. After he was turned into a toy, he rolled down. As the room was tilted, he naturally went to the drain, as all things in the room that are allowed to roll would. He then went down the drain. The pneumatic system brought him to your office, where you popped him, leaving this rubber trace behind.
What kind of a toy would roll and be possibly popped? What an absurd number of suppositions you're making without any shred of proof!
And he's starting to, like the bulging temple thing. He's like really stressed out, and the music is reaching its climax. You have got this guy on the ropes. What's your final card to play?
I show the piece of... take that! And I show the piece of rubber that I took from the Jester's office.
Ching, 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 ching. The camera angle changes like 10,000 times, and like the Jester's like, ah!
I don't believe that I would give up so easily, do you? I mean,
that's a lovely theory, but really, none of it really makes much sense, given the complexity of it all. Why would I bother doing all of that?
And, there's this thing that's tickling the back of my brain. If Chuck didn't die in a fiery explosion,
why was there a fiery explosion? Why did the tower fall down?
It would have been fairly simple for you to rig explosives to go off, especially with access to the extra long fuses that have gone missing from the storeroom. You could have pretty easily.
Big Lou, could you bring up that file for me that I had you find? Sorry, we do like to be thorough. Can you remember how many long fuses that we had in store that day?
One.
Oh, that's very interesting, because I think you already used that in your very convoluted theory as to the means of tying up and lighting those poor pinatas. Oh, I would never sully with such an insult. No.
You'll have to do better than that. What on earth are you thinking, accusing me in such a way? It's just not convincing at all. And while he's basically spinning for time, you see Delta, who has for some time been dealing his many cards from this tarot pack, and he hasn't been having any luck. He's just, he doesn't even really know what's going on because he's so despondent at this point. His uncle's been turned into a toy. They're all gonna die now, not just him. So all of these years he spent in, as a recluse have been completely wasted, because that's exactly why he ran away, was so nobody else would get in trouble, though he hasn't even said that really. And he keeps coming up with the same card keeps being dealt, and it's the tower. It's the tower, it's the tower. And the jester, in a very timely way, says, well, if I had somehow put all of the explosives in a place that would explode the tower, where would I put them? And how would I have ever managed to trigger them without a fuse?
You could have used lightning.
Everyone looks at you like, what?
Yeah, if you had some way of raising a lightning rod after you knew the murder was going to be complete, which I'm sure you could do remotely, you could have that. You could have the lightning strike, and if the explosives were in the top of the tower, that would set them off and bring the tower down.
The jester looks totally unimpressed. There would be evidence of such a thing. You would have found it in the rubble. Metal doesn't just disappear. You, after all, found those teeny little shards of glass. So very inventive of you to turn broken mirrors into, broken windows into a mirror. Forgive my slip of the tongue there. I just can't see how something as obvious as a lightning rod could possibly be missed by such thorough investigation. And there is someone who is straining against their twin right now. Scam is, desperately trying to persuade Skim, whichever one is Skim. Scam and Skim? Anyway, they're basically having, a silent, furious argument right now. And Scam is trying to tell you something with his eyes, but he can't say it out loud because he's so afraid, but he's that close to saying it, and Skim is like, don't do it, don't fucking do it, bro, you'll die, he's gonna kill you.
Real quick, I grabbed this just so we can have a visual of the tower, because I have an idea.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at the top of the tower, and there's a rather conspicuous object at the top. But I'll let Griff do his message first, though.
No, you're onto something.
But how would he ensure that it only happened after his death? Yes, good.
I'm gonna.
I'll message Cantrip to Scam. Anything to add?
I'm gonna let you roll history actually, because you've actually been told the answer. I want you to try to remember. All of you can roll history for this.
Please, yes, please.
All
yes.
right. Okay, what is your history?
Did I do that wrong? No.
An 8? Nope. An 8? Nope.
Nope, not for Iona.
A 14!
No!
Hey,
What
14's okay. 14's a pass.
What point? Oh, wait, 14's a pass. Never mind,
14's
we're
a
good.
pass. 14's a pass. I was like, that is the DC for this roll. Nick and Iona, you're both like, I don't see it. I mean, Iona, you have an idea of something, if you want to say what that is.
Yeah, I think she'd probably take out the picture of the tower and kind of tap on the hat. She doesn't say anything. She just she can't really take it out because she's a hologram. But I think she just kind of subtly taps the top of the tower where the giant bowler hat is.
Indeed, the jester liked to keep secrets under his hat, and there was definitely room to spare underneath that one. But what you're missing, Scru has been just so furious and thrown off by how he appears. And it kind of feels like the world is laughing at you. The world is laughing at you right now because you're so small and so useless. And you're like, wait, wasn't there something about the jester laughing? He laughed at a joke. What kind of laugh do you think the jester had?
When you laugh in the tower, it calls down lightning. To like an evil laugh will bring lightning.
Yes!
Yeah, oh man, that's clever as hell.
There is, oh my gosh! Screw, with all the energy in his tiny body, yells, "Objection!"
Everyone is surprised at how big the sound effect that comes out of this tiny toy duck is. Even the engineer falls off the desk because he's like, what the fuck? That was right next to me.
You set off the lightning strike with that maniacal little laugh of yours. You leaned into the gag and you set off the explosion.
Everybody is looking at the jester because they're like, oh shit, that's exactly the sort of thing he would do. Oh yeah, the lightning always did go off, even when Chuck did that mad laugh that he used to do. And like, all of the pieces slot together, and the jester says, well, I got a little bit tired of wearing pinstripes anyway. And he snaps his fingers, which didn't work because I'm wearing fingerless gloves. He snaps his fingers. And while initially you think, like, you're onto a huge winner here because all of the rage and upset and love that this crowd has shown towards Chuck is, like, just on the turning point of turning into a wave of retribution going up to the jester. And it's like someone's hit a pause button, but only for half of them. Half of the Yakuza freeze where they are, and they are smiling. And it's not the usual sort of a smile. It doesn't reach their eyes. It's almost a grimace. It's very uncomfortable. And they meekly stand very still, like good little boys and girls and toys should. And they sit back down. And all of the others are kind of like, what the fuck? And Scam is like, Skim? Skim? Hey, that's not funny. Snap out of it, Skim! And is slapping his mustachioed brother, who is smiling in a very unnerving way and is not moving at all. And the jester stands up, stretches. Oh, God, this was boring. 3 years I've had to be in charge of this group of morons. You have no idea how relieved I am that you had actually solved my little puzzle. It's actually really quite nice, you know, hearing people figure it out. You know, I put a lot of work into that. I feel like I deserve a raise or something, don't I, Mr. M? Yes. Worked very hard on it. So this has all been super. I'm going to take the ones that are doing that thing, you know? I'm quite an influential person. You see, I have a sort of a way of getting under people's skin. You'll learn to love it. Anyway, toodles. And the jester disappears in front of your eyes. And those of you who are familiar with particular spells will know that at a previous point in this, the actual jester was hightailing it out of here, and that was a mimic of the jester, who was basically just waiting for you to solve the whole thing so he could fuck off. And yeah, you now have this really bizarre situation where half of the Yakuza are sane and normal and despairing at the loss of 50% of their numbers, who are marching out of this tent in disparate directions, and a lot of them just seem to disappear into a black fog outside, and they don't come back. Chuck is like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Can we, because Iona can't do anything, can we do anything to at least stop, you said it was Skim that was, like, following him. Can we at least, like, do something to, like,
absolutely.
stop Skim?
If there are any particular Yakuza who were affected that you would like to go, Big Lou has not been affected. Big Lou is fine. But yeah, Skim is very much affected. Noxum has been affected, and yeah, there's a bunch of others. Nitpicker disappeared like, the moment he felt like he wasn't needed, he was like, well, the judge is clearly his own defense. The prosecution has kind of, like, exhausted its purpose, and he's gone back to hell where he belongs. Good job.
Yeah. Me personally, I don't want the twins to get split up. Can we at least try to grab Skim?
Absolutely. What would you like to do? You are free to make any rolls. And yeah, Chuck is just like, well, that's not very funny.
Alright.
I need to-
Screw shouts.
Oh wait, no, that's my job. You need a Yakuza boss to beat the judge. Give me that stupid wig. And he puts the wig on top of the beautiful hair. He's like, oh, it's not as pretty, but court adjourned. Okay, try and grab some of those guys. This is not normal. They're just I shouldn't have trusted him ever since I knew that he put sugar in his tea. You know, you just don't do that. It spoils the taste.
Man.
Can I cast Tasha's hideous laughter on Skim
Yeah.
to try and it just immobilizes him?
Sure, absolutely. That's a wisdom save, right?
Let me see. It might be charisma, so let me just check real quick.
Okay.
Hideous laughter.
I hope it's wisdom for your sake.
Actually, while this is going on, I think Iona probably runs out of, like, she probably disappears from the
Yeah.
hologram, like, briefly, because she
Wisdom
runs out of
save.
the room. He's gonna alert, Detective Flatfoot as to, like, what just happened.
Yeah, absolutely. You can fill in your lovely Detective Flatfoot on everything. Yeah, I'm his biggest fan. I love him.
So yeah, that's wisdom saving throw for
Okay,
Skim.
good, because, like, yeah, his charisma is, like, actually off the charts. Wisdom, not so much. That's 5.
Alright.
That's a 5. You gave this already maniacally smiling pony the giggles, and now he's just like on the floor, laughing, slightly foaming at the mouth. It's not great, honestly. And Scam is just like, kind of like, oh my god, what did they do? What did they do to you?
Okay, he can't move while he's like this, so if you could restrain him,
Yep.
that would be the time.
Oh well, I know this is kind of mean, but I'm pretty sure we'll find a cure. And like, Chuck is a bit of a wild card, and you've still got a bit of that potion left. So he injects Skim with the remaining amount of toy potion, and Skim shrinks down to a teeny weeny little tiny plastic pony who is much easier to restrain and carry around. And yeah, Scam puts him in his pocket, and he's just like the bottom lip wobble is just like, my brother. It's okay, kiddo. We'll fix him. It'll be okay. Anyway, congratulations
In the
for
chaos.
solving my very bizarre Ruby Goldberg toy murder puzzle. You did it. I'm really glad, because I was a bit worried that I made everything too complicated.
Freaking Mr. M handed me how he exited the tent.
Give it to us, please.
He, like, still sitting at the organ, kind of, like, absently looked around and saw the chaos happening, locked eyes with one of the members of the defense, gave a little wave with his gloved hand, then he fell backwards out of the chair and cast a dimension door.
That is actually where the other
Through the
Yakuza
floor.
have gone. There's like various dimension doors in the forest that have opened up, and they have been disappeared via those. So that's perfect. Holy shit.
Important question. Did he leave the organ behind? The
Ooh.
DNA machine?
He would've, yeah.
It's
He has the
big.
blueprints, he can make another one.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Horribly true, actually. Yeah, Woodling just like goes over to the machine. He's like, "My precious, how could they do this to you?" Like everyone else is like worried about the Yakuza. Woodling's just like, "My machine, my baby." You are coming home with me. I will cure you of what ailments they have done to you.
I think like Scru is still like on top of the defense desk, and he's like trying to wave Delta down, like, come on, we need to go, we need to skedaddle.
Oh, right, yeah.
Snap
okay.
out of it.
Gosh, this is like the first time I've been able to look down at you, Uncle.
Hey, well, don't get used to it.
I don't know. You're kind of cute like this. Can you stay like this? And just as he's saying this, you feel yourself start to unwind a bit, and your skin is not as hard. It's still going to take some time for you to change back, but likewise, the engineer is becoming soft and fluffy in a more usual way. This was definitely a temporary spell. The fact that the Jester killed Chuck while he was in his ball form, he indeed, the ball rolled down the drain. His life went down the drain. Sorry. Bad jokes everywhere. His life went down the drain, and the Jester just took the ball out and stabbed it. He needed to have the personal satisfaction of not only killing Chuck himself directly, but having him in the palm of his hand when he did so.
Bro.
Yeah, he sucks. He sucks. Boo. Boo. Hiss. And Chuck is like coming to terms with this. He's like, hey, Nicky boy. That's your name right, Nicky?
No,
it's Griffin,
Griff.
actually.
I don't know why people call
Griff.
me Nick.
I've been calling you Nick this entire game. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm very tired. I'm so sorry.
No,
It's Griff. It's Griff. I know this perfectly well. Griffin laughed. Anyway, Griff. That's definitely your name. About that piece of rubber, could I have that? Because it could be kind of useful for me personally in a kind of, there are magical ways to kind of not be dead. That'd be ideal because the place that I was sent to has a lot of pitchforks and I'm not really that eager to go back there now.
Well, I'll give it to Scam. I am going to need you to vacate that body now.
Oh, right, the whole borrowing situation. I was so comfortable, I completely forgot. Sorry. Tell your lady friend thank you for the ride. It's been nice to breathe again. But the piece of rubber, please. That's important to me, and I feel like if I'm allowed to get back in the big chair, I could make some big changes. And I figured that we owe you all a favor. And he's looking at each and every one of you. The reward from this game is not monetary. You have a favor from the Yakuza that can be called in at any time. Noting that the Yakuza is at half power now, they have literally lost half of their members due to this. The Jester basically inveigled his way into the minds of the most useful members and has taken those for his own means. Which is really awful, and more on that later. But you
With
can
the exception of Skim.
with the exception of Skim, who is like kind of your test subject as to how they're all doing. It's like not great, guys, not great. So you have a favor that you can call in at any time, as long as it's within the capabilities of the Yakuza. And Chuck especially is now very much your friend. Whether or not you want him to be.
And on the plus side, Ida and Griff are now in good with the Yakuza again.
Yeah.
Yeah!
How about that? Big Lou comes over, he's like, sorry about the knocking you out thing. I hope you don't have a headache about that. Sorry. And he gives you some paracetamol or acetaminophen, whatever you guys call it. Take ibuprofen with me.
Thanks. Sorry about all those people. That sucks.
Yep. That's all Big Lou says. And in fact, the more you look at Big Lou next to Chuck, Big Lou is much bigger than Chuck. But, even though, like, one's a gorilla and one's an orangutan, you're like, are those guys cousins? They talk kind of similar. I feel like maybe there's a familial bond there. And this is more or less where we're going to leave it, unless there's anything else that you guys would like to add to the end.
I mean, I would like to do like kind of a wrap-up thing, because for one thing, we have like after Chuck vacates Ida's body, we have her coming back.
Oh,
So
definitely.
yeah. So yeah, I think he vacates her body, and like I have this headcanon where like as the spirit is leaving her body, she'll feel kind of like the last thing that the spirit felt. So like if the spirit is feeling kind of like happy and satisfied with getting to finish their unfinished business, she'll kind of have like a lingering feeling of that as well as she comes back.
Yeah,
as she returns to
you
like how
definitely
she
have
usually
that.
looks. Yeah.
You definitely have that feeling, but you also, kind of alarmingly, now that you've told me that, you have a deep-seeking need for vengeance.
Ooh, interesting. Yeah, I think Ida will say like, well, so did everything go? Ow! And she kind of cringes because her body is very sore now. Oh,
Yeah.
holy mother! What did he do to my body? Ow!
He bounced around a lot here. I'm gonna cast Healing Word on her like a couple times
good.
at second level.
Oh yeah, you definitely get one from Woodling as well.
Yes, so we solved the case. The Jester ran off with half the Yakuza. And that's going to be a problem for people who aren't us, but that's not really...
I think Yona will chime in. Well, it seems like Detective Flatfoot's probably going to be getting a lot more paperwork now. And I think off screen you can kind of hear him like, "Aw, man, pal," just off screen.
Oh, no.
Sorry, Detective Flatfoot.
As long as he doesn't get another, like, pay cut, because, like, my god, let the man live. Please.
Really? Well,
Got a pay raise once.
that's the one. But I think Ida will also say, like, well, I mean, on the bright side, you've proven Delta innocent, right?
Yes, Delta, congratulations. You didn't kill him, and you're not in trouble with a terrifying gang anymore.
Yeah, there's only one last thing that's kind of bugging me, and I don't know if you can even answer it, but you know how the tower exploded? How come I didn't? Like, how did that not?
Well, take that, and I will show him his little abjurative gem that we found at the scene.
You genius. You absolute bloody genius.
You were protected.
I'm so glad you remembered that. Because of this, you hand back this object, and he looks really confused for a second, because he reaches under his ruffles. You know, he's got a sort of neck decoration arrangement that's almost similar to someone else's. That fancy neck decorations. You know, what do you do? And he pulls out an identical charm, like literally identical. Like, this is the same thing. And as he's holding these two things, they both start to vibrate and they go and they both blend into the same thing, because temporally that amulet was recreated in the tower when it was resummoned as a part of history, but that was an object that went with Delta, so it was kind of like waiting for the rest of itself to reform properly. And he's like, what? Okay, I'm just gonna take that as a gimme and never let go of this again. Although I never would have, because it was a present from my mom, so thanks for giving me that back. That's cool.
Well, I think Yona will say, well, now that all is said and done, I think there's only one thing left. And she'll kind of like look at Delta and kind of like look at Scru and say, well, go on. Now you can be with your family again.
Yay.
I was gonna say, from off screen, there's like a crack and my hip! As Screw is reforming back to his normal appearance. Probably right next to the engineer.
Yeah. Delta is like, okay, maybe this'll help, and he tries to cast Cure Wounds on Screw. It doesn't actually do anything because you haven't lost any hit points, but like it's he tried to do something.
There's a lot of people who care about you, Delta.
The sentiment is nice.
Yeah, well,
And,
caring
like-
about you guys is kind of what caused me to run away, because
I didn't want you to have to pay for what I did, which I didn't do. So now I'm kind of mad about it, but I'm also kind of like, I don't care enough to pursue that, so okay.
Screw is gonna cut off Delta by giving him a big hug.
Oh, alright, that's new. Thanks. And he awkwardly pats his very grumpy, still slightly metallically hard uncle on the back. Like, clang, clang.
Mm-hmm. Don't take this the wrong way. I'm still very pissed off at you.
Oh yeah, that's granted, but kind of nice to know
But
that underneath all of that tin, you got a heart of gold somewhere.
I'm more relieved that you're okay.
Okay, that's cool. I'm not crying. Shut up. It's just like, Engineer is just sitting on the edge of the desk with his legs swinging, just smiling. Just
Reunions aside, and like he just kind of like pulls away from the hug, and there's like another crack. Is like, oh, alright, we should probably get out of here. As neatly resolved as this is turning out to be, I don't trust that there isn't explosives in here ready to go off if we don't leave soon. Let's go. And he's like starting to like hobble out of the tent quickly.
The temptation to go
I
beep,
mean,
beep, 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 beep. No, I'm not going to do that. That would be horrible.
Okay, good.
As we're walking out, can I do one last little?
Please do finish the story for his Griff.
Griffin says, "Man, oh god, that was very stressful. I was not sure we were gonna get that not guilty verdict. When he says not guilty, there's a beep, and it says, keyword detective, not guilty. And there's a noise and a bunch of confetti streams out of Doc's machine into the air.
Yeah.
So cute.
That's adorable. I love it. That's the best possible ending I could have asked for. Thank you for playing my bizarre 3-year-long game in kind of real life by accident, and for solving it without too much interference from me, I hope. You were all so smart.
No, that
I
was
am
great.
so glad I got you guys to play. You are some of my favorite
awesome.
players of all time. I'm so honored that you and your characters came to this game and brought as much as you did. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
I do have one question. So are we getting paid for this?
Not at all.
Not from Screw.
Not a dime.
Not in time.
I know at some point Ida specifically would definitely kind of wander up to him and like, so about those legal fees.
I mean, that's an argument for Screw and Ida to have another day. The payment for this really is that you get a favor from the Yakuza at any point.
Which is pretty powerful.
It's
in
pretty
its own
damn
right.
big.
Absolutely, yeah.
It is big, so think about it carefully, because you can basically call me into a game. If, like, I'm listening and you're like, shit, press the Yakuza button, I will, like, tune in, or whatever. Or, if you're planning a future game and you need minions, you have minions now.
You have minions!
Particularly, Scam and Chuck are going to be very obliging to you.
Mm-hmm. One detail to add for Screw. He's gonna rub it in the face of everyone who told him that Delta wasn't alive. He's gonna let nobody live that down for ages.
100% absolutely valid. You were
He was
right.
right. He knew he was right. He was right the whole time. He's never wrong.
Heck yeah.
There's only one family member who sort of nods sweetly and says, "Oh, yes, of course, you were right all along, my dear." And that is Grandma Duck, who always knows everything, and she made Alibi's coat, so she knew all along.
Uh-huh.
Aw, man.
But she never lets loose. She will never betray that secret. She will never tell anybody. Alright, that's the end of the game. Thank you so much for playing. I'm about to hit
Awesome.
stop.
Thank
Any
you.
last words?
I did have one last idea. I don't know if Sam, if you'd want to do this, but because I have a feeling like when our intrepid duo gets back to Los Anquio, there might be a few of their friends waiting for them at the train station. Do you think that a certain prosecutor who may or may not have been quite worried about them getting kidnapped might also be waiting for them?
Kidnapped again.
Yeah, I mean, Sides Price would be acting like, like, yes, this was also annoying you. This was having us, run around for nothing. You got my subordinate involved in all of this. But, like, very clearly, deeply relieved to see Griffin and Ida.
I love that. I love you.
And, like,
I love your family.
Griffin
I
is
love
like,
your feelings.
I really,
Unnecessary
like,
feelings.
I don't know how good I have it when you're the prosecutor. There are so much worse prosecutors out there. Hi, Science Price. It's great to see you.
Aww.
That's it. Credits roll.
Don't
We
make it a
can't
habit.
have anything else.
Don't make it a habit left.
You're so gay. I love it.
Your Honor, I am guilty of shipping these two. It's so cute. All right. I love it.
Absolutely.
Oh, I forgot to really mention the whole reason the Jester even blew up the tower was twofold. One was to destroy the evidence of the chandelier in particular, but the other was he just hated looking at that fucking bowler hat. Anyway, that's it. Good night, everybody. You've been a lovely audience.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.